Thank you, President Bourne. We've got a lot going on. I would say that the MPRB's on-call program at the boat launches goes into effect on Tuesday, October 9th, which is the day after all the buoyed sailboats must be off the lakes. And from October 9th to December 1st, inspectors will primarily report to the Southside Operations Center office and will be on call and ready to meet boaters at all 3 launches when the boaters call the posted inspection phone numbers. Members of the public are welcome to continue using the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board public boat launches until December 1. A full description of the watercraft inspection program hours and numbers to call can be found here on the MPRB website. The Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden and Bird Sanctuary will close to the public on Monday, October 15th for weekday visits and programs. The garden will remain open on weekends through October 28th. The garden will reopen to the public on April 1st, 2019, barring snow and ice on the trails. Forestry. Forestry crews are concluding tree removals for the year and have begun pruning operations. Staff are extending the best wishes to Randy Winsberger, who is retiring at the end of the month. Randy is our forestry operations manager and has served the park board for 30 years. In maintenance, seasonal park keeper staff last day will be October 24th. The buoys and docks are being removed again starting this week at Bidet Makaska, Harriet, Nokomis. Restaurants, Sea Salt, 1021, Lola's 11-7, Bread and Pickle, 10:30, and Sandcastle, 10:30. Water shutoffs, pools, features, and fountains have all started to be shut down. Winter storage plans and equipment adjustments have been started. In terms of athletics, the end of the season for the youth sports soccer tournament will be held October 10th through the 16th at the Neiman Complex. For adult sports, registration is taking place for winter sports leagues of broomball, basketball, and volleyball. Put your team together and come out and enjoy the fun. Aquatics, this past summer, aquatics registered a total of 981 participants for swim lessons, and 362 were low-income Minneapolis families who qualified for scholarships. That is 37%. Over 1/3 of the participants were able to receive financial assistance through scholarships, in which meant they were able to learn to swim. So good work out there. Staff attended the Minnesota Twins Career Fair at Tiger Field and interacted with many people interested in employment and volunteering with the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Staff had their first meeting to start planning and organizing the first Play Golf Minneapolis Summit to be held at Columbia on February the 16th. So look forward to that after the first of the year. At North Commons this past couple of weekends ago, Battle of the Badges event, was Saturday, September 22nd, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. I was there. It was a great event. It was a collaboration with the city police and fire and other sponsors. There were over 2,000 people who attended. There were free family activities and food, including performance from North Commons cheerleading team. There were youth football games from 9:30 to 2 p.m. And the incredible food, the barbecue was amazing. We didn't win. The city police won that competition, but it was a great event. It was a great family event. It was great to be there with all of the people, the workers who work so hard to keep us safe in the city of Minneapolis. Teamworks is opening up application process, jobs, for fall, winter individual placements for youth. These positions are with Parkwood staff, and information and application materials will be sent out to the staff this week. Interns will be able to work 12 hours per week for 15 weeks. So this is a great job when you're in school, so please apply. 400 children to date are registered for the upcoming MEA release days, Rec Plus, MEA release date for Rec Plus events, so at the Rec Plus sites. So a lot going on in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I will give us the synopsis of the update from Ms. Allen from KP Companies on the superintendent search. Folks are aware we accommodated our timeline slightly to do some increased community engagement in and around the city. We did over 20 community listening sessions, and we received individual feedback from more than 200 individuals. So I want to congratulate KP Properties, or KP Companies, I keep saying that, on the work that they did there. There were over 50 people that had applied to be on the superintendent resume review panel that will be forwarding semifinalists on to Superintendent Merrill, myself, Commissioner Vita, and Commissioner Hassan. Joelle had had notified the 7 folks that were invited to serve on that panel. There were a lot of wonderful people that did apply. We are waiting to hear back on who has accepted that invitation to apply now. And we are still on target to have our superintendent position identified before the end of this year. So that said, and Joelle sends her regrets for not being able to attend today. She is quite under the weather. Are there any questions on the superintendent's report or on Joelle's abridged report? I didn't see which came on first, so Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. Superintendent Merrill, did you say that Sandcastle is scheduled to close on the 30th of October or September? What was the closing date you gave for Sandcastle?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I think they're already closed. I'm pretty sure their last day was Sunday.
I'm sorry. Let me just double check that. I don't think I mentioned the boat launches, but I don't think I mentioned Sandcastle. It's one of the, the docks are closing, and again, 10/21.
There was a list of our concessions, Lola's, and...
Right, there's a list of Lola's, yep. Oh, Sandcastle, yeah, October 30th, and you think it's closed already? Sorry.
Yeah, I believe they closed on Sunday.
Okay, well, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Was there anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I had indicated, a couple meetings ago, some questions about the professional service agreements. And so I do have a couple of questions in regards to those. First of all, there's the Olson contract that we have, who is with actually former Commissioner John Olson, who, I've worked with, I have a great deal of respect with, but I just, have some concerns. Was there an RFP that was put out for that? Was there an interview regarding that contract? Do you know?
No, we didn't do that.
Okay. In regards to how then that's individual is going to be working with people, will Assistant Superintendent Barrett, will he be involved?
Actually, we did. I'm sorry. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
You put out an RFP? Okay. And, okay, well, that's good to know. So do you know if there was any interviewing that happened subsequent to that?
Right.
There was. Oh, okay. So the question is will Assistant Superintendent Barrett, will he be involved, present in the meetings regarding the labor negotiations? Is that a part of, that will be, okay, so he will be present, okay. And I guess, some of the concern that I've heard, vis-a-vis, the community and everything is, well, okay, in the legislature there is a prohibition against what they call revolving door. Basically, if you've got a retired legislature that, if they've been in office, they cannot be applying to do any lobbying for less than one, if they've been out of office for less than 1 year. So this isn't equivalent, and we don't have a policy around it, but it does raise some concerns, and about trust and transparency with the public. So I just want to, really make sure that, we've been doing our due diligence, putting out the RFP, et cetera, because there are people who have commented about the possibility of cronyism. So the other concern I guess I do have is about our intergovernmental relations one, and the fact that the public also has concerns about that. I've asked a couple of times for that person to be introduced. Yes, we up here know them, but the public is not aware of who the individual is, and so
I believe he has presented to the board.
he's presented, but he's never been introduced. And so it's just, one of those things that, any way that we can be transparent, to me, I think is very important, particularly, when it comes to, our contractual employees.
Would we like to take that opportunity, right? Can I do that?
Yes,
Please, Superintendent.
Okay. Could we ask Kendall Killian to stand up? Kendall Killian is our IGR staff. He's been working with us for a few months and working very hard on a number of issues. But if you're went through a very stringent process to get here, you want to say a word or two to let everybody know who you are. Okay.
My name is Kendall Killian. I'm the Intergovernmental Relations Consultant for the Park Board. I believe this is my third time addressing you all. I went through, wrote up a proposal to work for the Park Board and interviewed and was lucky enough to be chosen. And I come to this work after many years in public affairs work, most recently for Councilmember Lene Palmisano. Previous to that, for many years, I worked for Congressman Rick Nolan. I worked years ago as a manager in development and external affairs for Minneapolis Community and Technical College. And I've been working for a number of months on issues related to the City Council and the Mayor's Office and the School Board and other local government entities and supporting our intergovernmental relations work. And as a liaison to you folks on the board. And just last week, we were successful in getting our levy approved by the Board of Estimate and Taxation. Actually a higher levy than what the mayor had originally proposed. And that was one of the key objectives that I spelled out in the proposal last spring.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to the Minneapolis Park Board. Mr. Killian, I'm sorry we didn't give you the proper introduction a few weeks ago. I just have a clarifying question for Secretary Ringgold. Last year, I believe it was in the summer, but I don't have the full dates in front of me. Last year, the Minneapolis Park Board adopted a set of changes to the purview of the superintendent's office around how professional service agreements and financial policies worked. Do you recall that? Do you recall that resolution?
President Bourne, yes. I think it might have been June, might have been even earlier in the year. The board approved new standards around basically financial limits on which the superintendent can approve contracts under $100,000. This is consistent with the city policy, and at that time we added in several new professional service agreement templates that could be used, including one for a target market program.
And Secretary Ringgold, the board passed that. I believe it was on a unanimous vote.
I'd have to verify that, but I
Okay.
think that's correct.
Okay. I'd put $1 on the table that said it was a unanimous vote if we had to take a bet tonight. But just for Secretary Ringgold, could you go through the roll real quick and remind the entire board which commissioners served on the board when that resolution passed, of the 9 of us that are sitting here?
Of the 9 commissioners, there are 3 returning commissioners: President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, and Commissioner Musich.
Okay, so on a unanimous vote, Commissioner Musich, Commissioner Forney, and myself had voted to make changes around our financial policies. Council Rice, to your knowledge, has there been any violations of the superintendent of the superintendent's authority in her office when it comes to professional service agreements?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Yes, I just would like a copy of the RFP for the contract with former Commissioner Olson, if that'd be possible. And then I would also be curious to know how many lobbying contracts this board has engaged in without a board vote as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner French, I think I saw your light on.
My question is for Council Rice. How much of purview does our superintendent have in issuing contracts before she has to come to the board?
President Board and Commissioner French, the authority the superintendent has is to enter into professional service agreements of less than $100,000, and for certain types is spelled out by the resolution that was mentioned earlier.
So has this been the process in the past and with previous boards?
President Board, Commissioner French, yes, in a manner, yes, at one point it was 50,000 and now it's 100,000.
Okay, thank you.
And
So, Council, this is to you as well. This is just really concerning for me, and I actually, I'm sorry that they're doing this to our wonderful Superintendent Emeritus Merrill. Was Jane Miller ever questioned, former Superintendent Jane Miller ever questioned about this?
Mr. President, Commissioner Bourne, about contracts that she'd entered into?
Yes.
I think on occasion she may have been, but I don't, sitting here now, I don't recollect that.
Thank you.
Superintendent Merrill, when you prepare the reports that were asked for by Commissioners Musich and Commissioner Forney, can you also prepare for the board from the time that from the board unanimously voting to change the financial policies of the board, the number of professional service agreements that were entered into by the previous superintendent prior to you starting that did not come to the board for approval, and the total dollar amount that those came. And I think the board would also be very interested in seeing the RFP processes for each one of those contracts as well, possibly sorted out by, if you could sort them out by amounts as well. Commissioner Forney, do you have anything else? Mm-hmm. Please continue.
No, thank you. The reason why I raise this is that actually in the past term that one commissioner who still remains on this board actually was quite critical of the former superintendent's cronyism, nepotism, and political patronages. So it's something that, the public is keenly aware of, and that's the only reason why I'm raising these questions, okay, is because people are asking questions, and so I'm asking questions. So, it's not questioning, any more than anybody else has done in the past. So I'm not sure, where all that was coming from. But, I do have some concerns, and I'm just trying to express them. One of the things that is a concern is that I've noticed that Kendall does office in the executive wing, and I'm not aware that any contract employee uses the offices in the park board. I know we've had our legal counsel who's been here for some 35 years and everything, and I don't believe he's ever had an office here. So it's things like that that just, start not looking the best. And that's the reason why I'm asking the questions here. I think that I have a legitimate right. I know that Joelle Allen, who happens to be with our search firm, she uses one of our conference room. We have, our cubicles downstairs. So it's things like that that just raise people's questions. And I'm here, to ask the questions of. So that is why. And then the last thing is I just wanted to ask that there has been people who have asked me the question about with the levy that there seemed to be some misunderstanding as to what the funds were being used for. So there's $100,000, I believe, for youth programming, then $150,000, and I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what it's labeled. I'm just hoping that when when we do have the budget, we'll have clarity on that, so I can at least convey, that information. So those were the three things that I wanted to bring up. I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
I'm just wondering when I might get a response to my question that I asked the
You may-
last time you recognized me.
You may need to ask it again. My apologies, Commissioner Musich.
How many lobbying contracts has this board engaged in without a board vote?
Oh, that is I think Superintendent Merrill may have to go through the 130-year history of the Minneapolis Park Board and bring that to you at a different time. Thank you. Moving on, I would entertain a motion for the consent agenda, items 2018-287 through 2018-293. It's been moved. Is there a second on the consent agenda?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Forney, you had asked to have an item removed.
Yes, I just would like to, well, I'll read it for you. So I would like to move resolution to 2018-291, a resolution authorizing a professional services agreement with 10x10 LLC to provide design services for the 26th Avenue North Overlook and Shoreline Enhancement Project up to an amount of $124,550, pending approval by City of Minneapolis Purchasing and Procurement and Civil Rights Department for the period of October 3rd, 2018 to December 31st, 2020.
Commissioner Forney, can you read the agenda number one more time?
2018-291.
291. So 2018-291 has been pulled for discussion. Is there any other question or discussion on the remainder of the consent agenda? Commissioner Musich.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
It's from before.
Seeing no other discussion on the consent agenda excluding 291, all of those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the consent agenda carries. Commissioner Forney, you have a question on 2018-291.
Actually, it is just a huge, huge thank you. I just get very excited. I'm sorry. I actually get goosebumps. This is making it possible for people from North Minneapolis to access the river. This is going to be the beginning of making this dream come true. This is something that has been a dream, of the community, and I just want to extend a huge, huge thank you to the Minneapolis Parks Foundation. They were able to get General Mills to donate $1 million towards making this happen. This, to me, is so incredible, and it's the first step, and I'm just really, utterly excited about this. Really, it is an emotional thing for me to see this first step happening. And I am also over the top excited about this team. This team is really, really an incredible team. They've already done some work with River First, and so I'm delighted to hear it, and I'm just elated with the whole project. So thank you for letting me say those words.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. We do have the Executive Director of the Parks Foundation here this evening that I believe wanted to address this. It's 5:28. Mr. Evers, would you like to come up now and take a couple of minutes, and that might get us right into open time.
Thank you, President, Board, Commissioners, Superintendent Merrill. I agree with Meg. This is incredible. We're thrilled. This is, it will become an iconic spot, and the Parks Foundation is thrilled to have the support. General Mills, in their contribution to River First, identified this location as part of a connection to their philanthropic giving that they've done over the many decades. And I agree that this team, 10 by 10, is really an incredible, the right fit for this. So we're thrilled to do it. I'm thrilled to be able to support it with $1 billion. And I think that the building the community behind it, and really it's going to start a bigger conversation for what happens in that whole area beyond. So we're thrilled to be supportive of it. And I think it's just this past week, I'll just add on this, if you look at what happened in the past week around River First between Graco, the decision that you're all going to be considering, the Great Northern Greenway, Waterworks, we're really seeing things take stride strides forward. So it's an exciting time for the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evers. The time being 5:29, I'm going to start telling people what open time's all about, and by that time it will start. Every 5:30 every Wednesday, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board sets aside a time that we call open time to hear from members of the public on any topic that they would like the board to consider or have in front of the board's attention. So we welcome folks to come out and tell us what's on their mind on any issues around the city. We do have a couple of just guidelines around our open time, just to be respectful for other folks that are in the room. But thank you all for coming. Any individuals that want to speak before open time, we ask them to sign up to speak before 3 p.m. on the day that we'll be hearing testimony that evening. Open time does not exceed 15 minutes. We have other business of the day. That said, we want to give everybody the opportunity to speak. I have more, I haven't counted my number of speakers yet, but I'm going to allocate 90 seconds per person to speak tonight. So if you can keep your comments to that would be, you would be showing a lot of respect to other folks that are here tonight. During open time, public testimony is given without debate from the Board of Commissioners. We're here to listen to you. There may be times where we have a clarifying question, or there may be times where we refer you to a staff member, but we're not here to say that's a bad idea because of this or that, or we're not here to debate your ideas. We're here to hear them. We do allow signs and encourage signs that are in the chambers, but if folks have them, just kind of be thoughtful that there may be people sitting behind you, and so if you do have signs, we ask that you display them at the perimeter of the room. We ask that people stay seated until they've been called to the microphone. There are only two types of comments that we don't receive during open time, just out of respect for privacy for individuals, and those are pending litigation issues and personnel issues. So we ask that if folks have any comments on those items in particular, the best way to get feedback to us on those is directly to commissioners, either by phone or by email. And all of our contact information is on our website. The Park Board does not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone, so please keep that in mind when you're making your comments. We do have a couple of time certain items on the agenda tonight. So we may have to if we're not through our speakers, we may have to take a break we might have to take a break to go to those time sensitive items. So that being said, my first speaker for this evening is Mariana Padilla. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Mariana, if you could state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and then you have 90 seconds.
My name is Mariana Padilla. I live at 4416 Pleasant Avenue South, and I'm here with concern to the use of glyphosate in the Park Board. I think there's a lot of conflict and a lot of debate about whether glyphosate is good or bad, and I think that we need more research. It just came out today that there is a report that they found out that there's an enzyme in glyphosate, or at least the compound Roundup, that affects the gut bacteria, because it's also classified as an antibiotic. It affects the gut bacteria of bees, and they're finding that it weakens bees and it puts them at risk for other pathogens and disease. They've also started to expand that study, and they find that it also affects the gut biome of rats, and another step from that would be to research the gut biome of human beings. So also there was a study released last year on the water quality in the state of the water in the state of Minnesota, waterways and lakes, and there were found to be numerous chemicals in the lakes and the water. Most of them were medication. I think one of the problems with using chemicals is that when those chemicals are studied, that chemical is isolated and its effects are looked at as singular. It's not considered what happens with a synergetic effect with something else, or in a compound soup that we have. And I think that considering all the chemicals that we have, that it would be to our benefit to be wise and to adopt the precautionary principle in terms of limiting the use of glyphosate.
Thank you, Mariana. Our next speaker is Ted Tucker, followed by Nancy Brown. Ted, if you can state your name and, if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Thank you much, Mr. President, Commissioners. Ted Tucker, 319 5th Street Southeast in Minneapolis. I'm here to ask you to think about how this board will get the building it deserves next to the new park we all want. As you consider the proposed Graco settlement, please also develop a strategy to ensure that any new building on Parcel D will enhance the public realm, particularly a new Graco park. In 2015, you developed an excellent set of standards to guide development at the Shearer site. Ideally, those would be included in your agreement along with a way to assess compliance. The proposed settlement has, under item 7 of the agreement, the faint plea that a new building orients significantly to the park and buffers the park from industrial uses on the Graco campus. This important site calls for more robust aspirations to design a building that will complement this new center of riverfront activity. Of particular importance is integrating the building's ground level with the new park. Of course, any development will be reviewed by the Minneapolis Planning Commission. As president of that body, I always appreciated knowing the context for any new building and how it would enhance the public realm. I trust that your representative to that commission will provide such information and analysis. Finally, I expect that Graco, when it comes time to develop its part of Parcel D, will want its signature building to be inviting and worthy of a riverfront park bearing its name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Is Nancy Brown here this evening? Nancy, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record.
My name is Nancy Brown. I'm at 3411 Pleasant in Minneapolis. And I'm here because I'm really happy to hear that the Park Board is considering moving away from the use of glyphosate in Minneapolis parks. I've worked for many years on issues of children and toxins, including serving as a former board member of the Preventing Harm organization, Preventing Harm Minnesota, which is part of the Healthy Legacy Coalition. What I learned in my work on children and toxins is that our current science on children and toxins and the way toxins interact with the human body is a house of cards built on a foundation of sand. It is, the data that we have is based on rats and mice, and what we're starting to learn is that rats and mice are very unlike human bodies, and that rat and mice babies are unlike human babies, and that there are unique windows of vulnerability that we didn't know about. There are synergistic effects of chemicals that we did not know about. There are small levels of chemicals that sometimes are even more harmful than greater amounts of chemicals. So we are really just starting to learn how much we don't know about the way that chemicals interact with the human body. So from that perspective, I think the only rational approach to using chemicals in parks is to employ the precautionary principle. That is really the only science-based approach we can take. So I'm happy to hear about the potential move away from glyphosate and towards pesticides that are much more in tune with human health and ecosystem health. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Pat Kerrigan, followed by Constance Pepin. Is Pat here this evening? Pat, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pat Kerrigan. I work with Organic Consumers Association. I live at 1300 Powderhorn Terrace, South Minneapolis, Apartment 21. The International Agency for the Resource on Cancer, part of the World Health Organization, found glyphosate to be a probable carcinogen. California, under Proposition 15, ruled that glyphosate is a known carcinogen. We had the recent case with Dwayne Lee Johnson, the glyphosate applicator who worked in grounds in a California school. Dwayne is not expected to live long at all. He received not only $39 million in suing Monsanto for his sickness, but also $250 million in punitive damages against Monsanto for lying to the public and misleading the labeling, saying that it was safe. Now, with the lie starting there, how much does that lie that glyphosate has continued? How much does that spread, across the country? You all have an opportunity to really step forward in making Minneapolis a healthier community. How? By restricting, or rather removing the use of glyphosate, Roundup, and glyphosate-containing herbicides, by moving towards improving soil health, regenerating rather than degenerating all of the parkland in Minneapolis. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Pat. Constance Pepin, followed by Maceo Taylor. Constance, if you state your name and if you're comfortable.
Constance Pepin, Minneapolis. Thank you for letting me be here. I think the people that came before me have done a better job than I could to support the glyphosate ban, and I want to speak also in favor of creating the technical and community advisory committee. I think it's long overdue, especially given the thousands of petition signatures that you've received over the last years asking for this to happen. There are alternatives. There are safe alternatives. We don't need to keep using glyphosate, and we really would like you to move towards a pesticide-free park system, and I support the resolution. I can't help though but comment on the issue that Commissioner Forney brought up, because I just saw in the Southwest Journal the other day that Mr. Killian is now the intergovernmental relations consultant. And that came as a surprise to me, and I couldn't find anything on the website about it. So I think it's less transparent than it may appear. And this is in no way a statement about Superintendent Merrill's leadership. I think it's a board issue that these contracts are being written without significant transparency. I don't know why you're shaking your head at me, but I think it does really smack of cronyism. And the fact that he was able to get this position and will probably be hired full-time, I think there should be more transparency about the process by which he was hired too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pepin. Maceo Taylor, followed by Lee Samuelson.
Hello, my name is Maceo Taylor. I live in Minneapolis, and I live at 3733 46th Avenue South. And I apologize if I'm not able to pronounce all the chemical names right or anything, but I just came up here to talk today about glyphosate, if that's right. But I just don't understand why people would want to put that in the parks where their kids play. And I know for a fact that some of the people in this audience have kids. And if you ever take them to the park, or your dogs or your cats, matter of fact, on the way here, I saw people running through the park, and it just, what if over the years your kids or your dogs or your cats accumulated terrible, I don't know, diseases or stuff like that, and then one day they got hurt, or maybe even worse, they died because we didn't address this matter earlier. And thank you.
Thank you, Maceo. Our next speaker is Lee Samuelson, followed by Chesney Enquist. Is Lee here?
Speaking on behalf of Lee Samuelson, 3932 Longfellow Avenue South. Lee created this poster for the May Day Parade 2017. I, Lee, come to speak in support of the moratorium on glyphosate use in parks and bodies of water, and in support of a pesticide-free parks transition committee so that the MPRB will turn into an organically managed park system and prevent loopholes to replace Roundup with other toxic herbicides. I, Lee, initiated gathering nearly 200 signatures needed to get delegates at the 2017 Minneapolis DFL Convention to discuss a resolution against pesticides and in favor of using healthy soil for carbon sequestration. In the fall, I knocked on dozens of doors, specifically about replacing toxic herbicides with proven organic and natural pest and weed control alternatives. But just a few short months after those efforts, as many of you know, I came down with a treatable form of cancer, which happens to be one of the many risks glyphosate poses. This is a special evening because I just came home from the hospital after completing my 6th and final round of chemotherapy today. So I regretfully but understandably am not able to join you in person tonight. Fortunately, my prognosis looks good at this time. I spent a lot of the summer walking around Sibley Park for much needed light exercise between chemo sessions. Please, I just want safe parks that myself, similar residents, and visitors know are pesticide-free so that we can safely relax, play, and heal in them. Thank you.
Thank you, and our thoughts are with Lee on his recovery. Chesney, do you have your own comments to make this evening? Chesney, 90 seconds.
Thank you. Chesney Enquist, 4549 41st Avenue South. I'm a 4th-generation Minneapolitan. My forefathers were directly responsible for establishing systems of white supremacy that exist in this place. I share this to acknowledge what is my responsibility now to dismantle this system of oppression. I'd like to make it clear that the great American lawn, widely featured in our parks, is a monoculture, symbolizing colonialism, white privilege, and the desecration of native inhabitants, cultures, and landscapes existing here long before turf grass. Municipal ball diamonds and golf courses represent cultural assimilation and elitism. Buckthorn represents a massively disturbed ecosystem. The use of glyphosate to maintain these aesthetics and imbalanced habitats is toxic and an unsustainable approach to land stewardship. Please know that I recognize the significant efforts required to adjust these practices, and that there's a community prepared to support staff and commissioners in achieving this mission collaboratively. Understand, the decision to end the use of toxic chemicals extends beyond practical health concerns and proven soil microbiology. The decision to adopt holistic and regenerative land care practices in our parks is one that begins to restore centuries of ecological devastation and initiates reparations to the land and its inhabitants based on honor, dignity, and respect. Please vote to end the use of glyphosate and activate this restoration process today.
Thank you, Chesney. Russ Henry, followed by Jane Jarosz. Russ, if you would state your name and address for the public record.
Hi there, I'm Russ Henry, and I live in Minneapolis, and I've invited everybody up here to come and sing a little song with me. I hope you guys feel free to sing along. It's going to be kind of catchy, all right? Come on, anybody here? You ready? In a farm field, in the forest, in the lawn and garden too, you use Roundup to kill plants, but it's killing me and you. Oh Monsanto, take your poison off the shelf. You can keep your dirty Roundup and drink it all yourself. In the soil lies the secret to health and harmony. We don't need no dirty Roundup, what we need is you and me. Oh Monsanto, take your poison off the shelf. You can keep your dirty Roundup and drink it all yourself. In the parks and in the ball fields, all the children run and play. Keep our babies safe and healthy, and the Roundup here today. Oh Monsanto, take your poison off the shelf. You can keep your dirty Roundup and drink it all yourself. Commissioners.
Impeccable timing to the chorus. Jane Jarosz is our next speaker. Jane, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Sure.
Thank
Jane
you.
Jarash, 4605 East Lake Harriet Parkway. I would just like to briefly address the issue of milfoil on Lake Harriet. Just 4 quick points. First of all, the milfoil on Harriet this year was worse than ever before, and it was worse than any of the other city lakes. Harriet is one of the most used lakes, and this past summer, it was one of the worst. It was hard to swim. There was milfoil in the swimming area, hard to paddleboard because you'd get caught in it, hard to take other boats out to get beyond it. It was a mess. Second point is we were provided with hours of operation for the milfoil machine. Unfortunately, these hours do not match the data that we have collected. Supposedly, it was 8 hours a day. I went and talked to the guy. He said he works 6 to 1, doesn't take a lunch break. Okay, fine. But the fact is, most of the time, it wasn't out during those hours. And I have a bunch of data that a bunch of us have collected. You can have it if you want. But we're just not getting what we thought we were getting because we weren't getting 8 hours. The third point was the park board can apply to the DNR for a variance to harvest a higher percentage of the milfoil. I believe this past year we were harvesting 45%. The lake immediately to our north, otherwise known as Calhoun, I can't remember how to pronounce the new name, they were higher than us. So we need to look into what we have to do that would be one way of addressing it, what we have to do to harvest more. The fourth point is we have contacted the DNR, and they are the specialists in invasive species. We are very interested to see what they would recommend and how they would suggest handling this problem. Meeting's been set up for Thursday, October 18th, 7 p.m., Lyndhurst Community Center. We invite all of you to come and listen to what the DNR people have to say about solutions for this problem.
Thank you, Jane. I will also refer you, I think you already know Assistant Superintendent Barrick, if you have any follow-up questions for him too. Next speaker is Sally Gillette, followed by Councilmember Hofstad. Is Sally here this evening?
I'm here for Sally.
Okay.
Sally and I were together,
Okay.
but I'm here.
Thank you, Jane. Is Councilmember Hofstad here this evening? Councilmember Hofstad is not here. My next speaker is Pam Weiner, followed by Kyle Samajima. Pam, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Thank you, President, Commissioners. My name is Pam Weiner, 2510 Sheridan Avenue South in Minneapolis, and I'm here on behalf of the Friends of the Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden to speak about our concerns related to invasive control should all pesticides be banned. We believe that careful, precise, surgical use of some pesticides may be necessary in order to control the invasives that exist throughout the park system. 20 years ago, the Friends began a volunteer program to eradicate invasives, primarily buckthorn and garlic mustard, and it was a very important part of this was use of some pesticides on the large buckthorn trees in particular. The chemicals were used by staff and sometimes Conservation Corps, and then our volunteers came in and used weed wrenches and hand pulling to remove the smaller species. We would like to see further research on safer pesticides, if that would be possible, and we certainly support that. But we want you to sometime come to the Wildflower Garden and look at the volunteer stewardship area around it to see what it looks like when very, very successful invasive eradication has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Kyle Samajima, followed by Councilmember Hofstad. I just saw her walk in.
Thank you, President Bourne and Commissioners. My name is Kyle Samajima, and I live at 3539 Garfield Avenue. I am a member of the Lindale Neighborhood Association Environment Committee. I am a member of the city's Community Environmental Advisory Commission. I'm also the Executive Director of Minneapolis Climate Action, but I am here today to speak on, for myself as a resident and as the Director of Minneapolis Climate Action. I'm here to ask that the committee fully support this resolution and enact the complete and full moratorium on the use of glyphosate or Roundup and other pesticides in the parks and bodies of water. Green lawns started out as a status symbol brought from Europe by white settlers as a way to show we can bend nature to our will and have the means to use land for something besides food. But they are not a sign of order or cleanliness or power or care anymore. We know the impacts of the pesticides and fertilizers that are used to keep perfect green lawns, whether in front of our house or in our parks or on a golf course. We know the environmental impacts of using them to get rid of invasive species or so-called weeds like dandelions. As a resident of this city, I cheer when I walk by people's houses that have dandelions or biodiverse front yards rather than those lawn chemical signs. I would rather see a yard full of dandelions any day that feed bees are a food and don't damage the environment. And thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Councilmember Hofstad, I saw you come in a second ago. Councilmember Hofstad, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. And welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Diane Hofstad, 610 Ramsey in Minneapolis. Good evening, President Bourne, members of the Park Board, Superintendent Merrill, and staff members. I'm Diane Hofstad, former Minneapolis City Council member of the 3rd Ward and former Minneapolis Library Board member. I'd like to comment on the discussion regarding the Graco Park. I worked with Pete Scheer on the Scheer Brothers property and have worked with Graco over the last 30 years. I found that in both instances, this remarkable property which you're considering today and considering under the Graco proposal is an enormous opportunity for the city of Minneapolis and the park system. It's the only riverfront park in a national park in the United States on the third greatest riverfront in the world. And it's an enormous opportunity, I do believe, to add an additional and needed park to our community. So I encourage all of you to support this opportunity to work with Graco. Just down the street, we have what's called the B.F. Nelson Park, named after a former company within Northeast Minneapolis. Not unusual to name a park under that name. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Hofstad. John Dillery, followed by Willa Childress. John, if you could come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Thank you, John Dillery, 5204 Washburn Avenue South, and the chair for the Fulton Neighborhood Association Environment Committee. I just will say real quickly that I fully support the resolution 2018-303 addressing moratorium prohibiting use of glyphosates in land and water resources. As written, I think it covers, by virtue of the fact that there's the Community Advisory Committee recommend alternatives to very effectively address some of the concerns you heard just a moment ago about dealing with invasive species, which is, of course, a very serious issue as well. But I urge you to vote for this. I urge you to protect the health of us humans, but also our brother animals, which are just as important as us, to the health of our ecosystem and our lives. Our wildlife shouldn't be compromised by ingesting something you wouldn't drink yourself, glyphosates. The pets and dear friends that we live with, besides our brothers and sister humans. So thank you very much for your consideration of this. I do hope that we move into a new leadership role here at the Park Board and really you all be awarded with great trust by this voter, and I'm sure thousands of others in this city, if you vote for this very thoughtful resolution. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, John. I have Willa Childress, followed by Kay Hansen, and then we will take a break to move on to our Youth Sportsmanship Awards.
Good evening, President of the Board and Commissioners. My name is Willa Childress. I live at 2966 West River Parkway in Minneapolis. And I'm an organizer with Pesticide Action Network, and I'm here to register our support for pesticide-free parks. We do not believe that the cosmetic use of pesticides in Minneapolis parks is necessary given the demonstrated risk. The indiscriminate use of pesticides impacts many of the partners that I work with in rural communities. Countless communities are working to protect their health from overexposure to these pesticides. We also work along beekeepers and pollinator advocates who are worried about the impact that pesticides have on honeybees and wild pollinators. This is a huge problem. Rapid population decline of insects impacts all of us as they're responsible for 1 in 3 bites of food that we eat. This is an all hands on deck moment, and commissioners have a chance to lead our city forward with ample science on our alternatives that is available and other municipalities enacting similar policies with great success. I'm compelled to testify because PAN has conducted extensive research on the risks associated with many pesticides, especially for children, elders, and those with compromised immune systems. If you're interested, please check out this report, A Generation in Jeopardy, that PAN released a few years ago to learn more. Cosmetic pesticide use is unnecessary and excludes members of our communities from safely enjoying Minneapolis public parks. So please take action on this for the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thank you, Willa. Kay Hansen, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and then we're going to take a break to go into our Sportsmanship Awards.
Kay Hansen, 1614 Harmon Place, Loring Park. In August 2015, then Park Board Commissioner John Irwin said to me in an email that the use of Roundup was essentially an option of last resort. He said there's no intention of using it more than once, but stopped short of promising that it wouldn't be used more than once. That was 3 years ago. Despite a growing body of scientific evidence that Roundup is not only harmful to humans and animals, but probably making the Loring Pond algae problem worse, the applications persist. In response to the neighborhood outcry over the use of Roundup in Loring Pond, the board passed a park-wide ban on this likely human carcinogen and then immediately turned around and exempted Loring Park and Cedar Lake from the ban. As of mid-September of this year, just a couple of weeks ago, Roundup was being applied to the cattails of Loring Park. According to the Loring Park Vegetation Management Plan, the board's 3-year contract with Applied Ecological Services is now up. So now what? I'm not a scientist, but I'm a daily observer. The much maligned cattails have not been eradicated, and the pond seems all but dead. All the songbirds that roosted in and around the ponds fled in July. Coincidentally, that was within a week of the Canada Goose Roundup and slaughter. The park is eerily silent. Except for a smattering of ducks, there's no life around the ponds. I believe this has to do with the blue-green algae, the spreading of which has been linked to the use of Roundup. And I had more fascinating details, but I'm out of time.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. We have 8 more speakers signed up to discuss various topics, but at this time we're going to take a break for a time-certain agenda item. I could take one more speaker. The next speaker that I have is Terry McDaniel. Terry, if you could come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Hi, I'm Terry McDaniel. I live on 5139 41st Avenue South, Minneapolis. I am the president of the Minnesota Hobby Beekeepers Association, so I just wanted to address how bees are affected by the glyphosate. And what happens to bees, and actually I'm talking about bees, but it is related to all insects because it affects their nervous systems. And actually the pesticides that they're using is a multipode of many different, there's a lot of different chemicals in there. And the combination of the chemicals is poisonous to insects. The bees can die instantly if they have a lethal dose. Sometimes they'll make it back to the hive and they'll bring the pesticides into the hive. They make their wax through their bodies, and so if they have the pesticides in their bodies, the wax comes out, they make the comb for the babies, and they're basically raising their babies, their eggs and their larvae in poisonous cells. So it's a really complicated thing, but I just wanted to say that honeybees and pollinators and butterflies, all insects, birds that eat nectar are affected by this, and they're declining. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry. We are now going to take a break to go into our youth sportsmanship awards. We have one of our recreation directors, Mimi Kelb, here this evening. I do just want to make people aware, we do have another time-sensitive item or a time-certain item at 6:30. So we're going to do our best to kind of get everybody here that's here to speak this evening their opportunity to speak. Is Mimi or possibly?
Mimi's over there.
Sorry, one more. They're moving the presentation.
Let's take one more speaker. It sounds like we're not quite ready to go yet. How do I have Joshua Scheinman in the audience this evening? Joshua, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Hi everyone, this is Joshua Schuneman, 1407 North 21st Avenue. I'm here today in support of the ban of glyphosate and the use in our parks. The continued use of the pesticide will prevent harm to park employees, the public, and more importantly, the environment. There's been studies showing the effects of glyphosate. A lot have been said already, including the use of it and the effects on bees, which is very important here and it's very important. And also in crops too. There's no one that hasn't been spoken too much about. All the crops, the genetically modified crops that are used are edited out to be resistant to this pesticide. So now the plants and the crops are soaking in all those chemicals, and now it's going into our body. And there's even resources today that we can use to test our food for that. We shouldn't have to test our food for dangerous chemicals. It should already be safe. Yet we have measures in place already. So I urge the committee and the board to ban the use of glyphosate-based pesticides in our park system. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. I think we're ready.
Oh, here comes Mimi.
Mimi, are we ready?
We're ready.
All right, I'd like to introduce Mimi Kalb from the Recreation Division to kick off our presentation of our Youth Sportsmanship Awards for the summer. Mimi.
Thank you, President Bourne and Commissioners. We're here tonight to honor some very special players, coaches, and parents who have earned the Youth Sportsmanship Awards for winter sports this season. Thank you. I'd like to start by asking the youth sports staff to come forward so people can see you. Bridget Lindeman was working with youth baseball this summer. Anthony DeBella and Ahmed were working with track and field. I'd like to introduce Tim Great, who is our athletic manager. And is Amy here? Okay, there's still some players and people coming that we're pulling up here. Okay, and then I'd like to ask any of the recreation staff from out in the field to either stand or wave. And I'd just like to acknowledge them and thank them, because without them we can't do what we do. They do a lot of the boots on the ground work, getting the kids, getting the coaches, and working with us to get all the games and things scheduled and all of that good stuff. So we really appreciate you, and I'm glad you're here tonight to be acknowledged. Some logistics for this presentation is we'll call each coach up. We just have 3 sports tonight, so it's short and sweet. And then some of the awards that they're getting that you can see over here, there's a traveling trophy that's been around since 2005, and it's gone all over the city. And every year a placard gets put on there until we have it filled up for that team, and it stays at the park for that year. We also give a plaque to the coach with a photo of the team, and we have a plaque for the parks, so once the traveling trophy leaves, they still have acknowledgement that that team won the Sportsmanship Award. Another thing I'd like to do is thank Broadway Pizza. They work with us and split the cost of a $50 gift certificate that each team gets to go over and enjoy Broadway Pizza after the presentation, and the kids love that. Okay. We're going to start by reviewing the participation we had this past summer. For track and field, we had 11 teams, 391 participants, 45 coaches who volunteered over 3,000 hours of their time. For softball, we had 22 teams, 330 participants, and 33 coaches who volunteered over 2,000 hours of their time. For baseball, we had 61 teams, 915 participants, and 186 coaches who volunteered over 13,000 hours. They're invaluable to us. The criteria for these awards, for a team, it's positive attitude, commitment, dedication, overcame adversity, and persistence. For the coach, a positive role model, loyalty to the program, a strong work ethic, emphasizes teamwork, has passion for what they do, and engages the players and parents to have fun. Our first award is for track and field, and unfortunately our coach our coach Noah has a flat tire out in the rain. Oh, no. And Rachel went to go get him. So we have a stand-in who is another helper with the team, and that's Troy Snyder. We'd like to ask Troy to come up. Congratulations. And this is the Pearl Park track team. As you can see, there's a lot of them.
Oh, here's no right here.
Well, here they are. Okay, this is Katie and Noah. They're the coaches that just made it through the tire rescue.
Yeah, I had a flat tire.
Thank you. Thanks, you guys. Thank you. Next
is baseball. And the Wyndham Northeast Wolves 12U team has won the Sportsmanship Award. They're coached by Ken New, who could not be here tonight. Accepting it is Gary Poole. Gonna have all kinds of hardware to carry. All right. And lastly is our girls softball program, and the PAL Southside 15U team has won the sportsmanship. They're coached by Cheryl Goodman. And Cheryl is unable to be here tonight, but we want to acknowledge them and say good job. So the next thing we do is we take a short recess, and each team comes up with their coaches and takes a picture with the board, and Angie here is going to oversee that. So she'll be directing you to what to do. We'll start with the Pearl track. Thank you.
Come on up. Yeah, we.
Also, for the parents in the audience, we'll have our photographer take a picture, and then you'll be able to take a picture soon thereafter. Thanks.
Well done, you guys. This is
yeah, get the trophies right front and center here. One step that way.
Me?
Yeah.
Thanks, Andrew.
See everyone. All right, looks great. Everybody look right here for a couple. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Make sure I got it. And then let's let any parents
I know, it's really a storm out there.
All right, thank you.
Wait, we got more.
Congratulations, you guys.
Yay. Thank you. Glad you made it.
Next, Wyndham Northeast baseball.
Shark too. All right, taller kids up front or in back. I like the feeling. We should up front.
She'll tell us where to go, and we'll just don't worry. Just be normal. Whatever normal is.
Good job, guys. Higher angle, I can actually see all the pictures.
Yep, I think so.
Looking good.
At least my ball head.
Right here. Smile. All right, so wait for it. Here's our parents. Come on up.
Look at this. I'm gonna do that.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for all your work.
Excuse me, Commissioner. We have a couple members of PAL that we'll take a photo with.
I know.
Can I get your name?
Second time for me to get along.
Sergeant Rena Dungeon is here representing PAL.
Come on up, you guys.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Congrats. And thanks.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you again. It's not
Enjoy Village.
I know.
pass the crown together now. Okay.
Ready? Right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ladies.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Mixed up the vice president's chair and the president's chair.
Why do you think that? Sorry, man.
We are going to take a moment to allow folks to.
Thank you. I mean, I had asked. I was trying to get Well, I got the report of what we paid service giver
Want to congratulate all the recipients. I'd like to congratulate all the recipients of the Youth Sportsmanship Awards. We will reconvene in just a couple of seconds here once folks have moved out of the room, and we'll go back to open time. I have Parks Foundation Executive Director Tom Evers, followed by Holly Dallenberg. I think we heard Tom's comments a little bit earlier. Is Holly Dallenberg still here this evening? Holly, if you'd like to come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Hi, Council. My name's Holly Dellenberg, 4350 Logan Avenue North. So I am a master's student at the University of Minnesota. I study honeybee microbiology, and I'm in the entomology department, University of Minnesota. And so I have been taught the chemistry of insecticides, and there's no controversy there. The science is there. They are toxic. That's how they work. That's how they function. They are neurotoxins, and they work on the same neurotoxins or neural synapses that humans have. So the controversial part about pesticides is if we ban one, what is going to take its place? And so that is the controversy of pesticides, and this gives you an opportunity to increase diversity in the parks. And so there are students working on bee lawns, and so by increasing low-growing flowering plants, you can provide forage for insects as well as a aesthetic look. So you all have the opportunity to do something really great. And speaking for beekeepers in North Minneapolis, this summer the clover was sprayed, and so a beekeeper went from 170 pounds of honey last year to 30. So they are the canary in the coal mine for all of the other insects that need this as important forage. And the difference between a weed and a flower is judgment. So like other people have said, the aesthetics of a lawn are purely made up. So thank you, please. Love the weeds and the bees.
Thank you. Thank you, Holly. Our next speaker is Dan Brady, followed by Devin Hogan. Is Dan here this evening? Dan, if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record.
Dan Brady, 624th Street Northeast. This is St. Anthony West neighborhood, right across the river. I'm here to speak about the gray coal deal. It's not a very good deal by any stretch of the imagination, and I think you guys know that. Unfortunately, they had you guys in a headlock over the trail. Years ago, I tried to talk to them at their annual meeting. I bought stock, 200 shares, and that year they would not allow me because I bought the stock too late. The following year, I tried to do it again. It went virtual. If you ever done virtual annual meeting, it's a nightmare. I never got to talk to these guys, and they're in my neighborhood. You know, I'm a resident there, and I was so disappointed that they could have just said, take the land, you know, for the good of the community. And that didn't happen. Instead, they got a playground, a bloody playground. And I feel disappointed. I don't think the $3 million that they're giving us for their naming rights is satisfactory. But my main concern is the farmer's market. I don't want the farmer's market to be left out of any deal here. I want you guys to remember that. You know, I helped out bringing it back to life again in 2007. It's an important magnet for people.
Thank you, Dan. Is Devin Hogan here this evening to speak? I don't think I see him out there. Next speaker I have is Audrey Cullen, followed by Grace Stewart. Is Audrey here this evening? How about Grace Stewart? Grace, if you would come forward, and if you state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you are our final speaker.
Thank you. Grace Stewart, 6075 Lincoln Drive in Edina. And just very briefly, just wanting to speak to the glyphosate and that Minneapolis can also be a leader in this matter. There's already 13 countries that have discontinued the use of glyphosate. And I'll just want to list a few of them off. And I just want to be like just as a city, a leader in our country to also follow these footsteps that are successful elsewhere, and that the science certainly has been conclusive. Belgium, Bermuda, Colombia, the Netherlands, Sri Lanka, El Salvador. In the Middle East, they've already stopped using it in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, I don't know how to pronounce that one, sorry, Bahrain, Oman, United Arab Emirates, France. Emmanuel Macron is announcing that in 2 more years from now that they will be discontinuing using glyphosate. And there are other successful ways to limit it or replace it with something that is more beneficial so that we can have more biodiversity, which would help each and every one of us and our children and grandchildren. And thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Is there anybody that had signed up to speak whose name I hadn't called? All right, that said, I will close open time. That is,
Phelps at 6:30.
Yep, that's a public hearing coming up. Thank you, Pastor Albert. I'm closing open time, and we are moving on to the reports of standing committees.
I don't know the way.
No, I actually take that back. We have not moved through 2018-290, no? 291. We have passed 2018-291. We are into
No,
reports.
we did not.
We have not, okay.
Right.
2018-291, but we did pass the remainder of the consent agenda. 2018-291, Commissioner Forney, did you have you wanted to mention thank you to folks, you made your
That was
comments,
it.
correct? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
thank you. Is there any other, thank you all for your patience, is there any other discussion on 2018-291? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Now we are moving into reports of standing committees. Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I want to move Resolution 2018-286, a resolution approving an encroachment permit for the use of 29.5 square feet of land for a service sidewalk and 10 square feet of land for a stone retaining wall, and denying an encroachment permit for use of 8.5 square feet of land for a concrete wall in front of the subject property at 1118 Kenwood Parkway, encroaching upon parkland at Kenwood Parkway and collecting appropriate fees associated with this encroachment.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on resolution 2018-286? Seeing none, I would ask Secretary Ringel to take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
The motion carries. Moving into unfinished business, Secretary Ringel, if you would please note that I would move resolution 2018-302, resolution approving the First Amendment to the employment agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Mary Merrill Anderson, and authorizing the President and Secretary to execute the agreement with Mary Merrill Anderson to act as interim superintendent on a full-time basis for the period of February 5th, 2018 to December 31st, 2018.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Forney.
I'd like to move to take this to closed session, considering it is a personnel related resolution. I think it would be appropriate for us to do it in closed session.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Just again for the procedure, the board does not take action in closed session. I believe you are looking to enter into closed session for a discussion. It's not typical that we would enter into closed session for a agreement that is before us, but you have made the motion. Is there a second to go into closed session for the purposes of discussing 2018-302?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on going into closed session? Is your comment on going into closed session, or is your comment on the main motion? Is there any comment on going into closed session on Commissioner Forney's motion for closed session? Seeing no discussion.
You go first.
Okay.
Commissioner Kogel.
At this point in time, I just want to say, we are in a really important search for our next superintendent, and Mary Merrill has been an incredible kind of leader of our ship in this time of transition. It's my understanding that this short-term extension is sort of critical for us to keep that ship right as we finish the last steps in this process. And it seems to be a nominal amount of time that any discussion, I don't see that as being fruitful, since we're just trying to extend the contract so that we have stability in a short term before we bring on our next superintendent.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogel. I think that was to the main motion, but thank you, thank you for the comments. Vice President Hassan.
Well, I just want to make a comment and agree with what Commissioner John just said. And we all know Mayor has been a tremendous help to this board. And in the time that we were in difficult time, starting from new commissioners to a hard job that was ahead of us, and someone who's part of the search committee, I think it's important that we extend and someone that can help the next superintendent. It's indeed someone that it's in need. And I just want to also ask, I don't think there's any point to hide from the public and in the closed session, since this is not litigation, vendor litigation, those kind of stuff that we go to. Best of my knowledge, we only go to closed sessions when it's very sensitive, that affects, that we shouldn't let the public, like vendor litigations. And I don't think this is a time that we should hide anything from the public, that they should know and have the right to know what is it that we are going to closed session for. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Commissioner French.
I believe this board was kind of chastised for not being transparent. Having a closed session would basically do the opposite of that. It would make it non-transparent. So I would be against a closed session. Just want everybody to encourage everybody to be against that.
Thank you, Commissioner French, Vice President Hassan, for the second time.
Well, yes, if any other commissioners have a question, I think they can ask in public, and we all hear. There's no point of moving to a closed session.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Hassan. I will just say a matter of a contract extension is a matter of very typical business. I think the vast majority of this board is incredibly proud, if not the entire board, incredibly proud of the work that Superintendent Merrill has done, and I think we're all very proud to speak about that publicly here. We've received reports from, multiple reports from our search firm, and Superintendent Merrill has been helping with our search firm. This board has been kept up to date on the superintendent search process, and so this is a matter of course. And I don't believe that a closed session is necessary for a 60-day extension of a contract that was unanimously supported. So seeing no other comments, All those in favor of entering closed session to discuss 2018-302, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No. The
Can we take a
motion.
vote? I don't think I heard everyone else.
Commissioner Hassan has requested a roll call to enter into closed session for the purposes of discussing 2018-302.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill. Commissioner Severson.
No.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner French.
No.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
No.
President Bourne.
No.
You have 2 ayes, 6 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you. Commissioner Forney's motion to enter into closed session fails. Is there any discussion on?
President Bourne, we do have a time since 6:30.
That we do. Thank you. Time being 6:30, we have a time-sensitive item. We will go to the Planning Committee Chair Forney.
I'd like to call the Planning Committee to order. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. I'll take a motion to approve the the minutes of Wednesday, September 12th, 2018.
So
All
moved.
the-
Oh, second. Oh, no.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Okay. So we're going to open up, first of all, we're going to have the presentation of the Phelps Park, and Kelly is going to make that presentation for us about the improvements before we have a public hearing.
President Bourne and Commissioners, I'm here to discuss the Phelps Park improvements and to present the concept design. For anyone who's not familiar, Phelps Park was part of the South Service Area Master Plan. It's currently, the building is occupied by the Boys and Girls Club year-round, 120 to 125 kids, 150 kids each day year-round. The park itself is operated by the Park Board. Starting with the master plan, which was approved in September of 2016. These are all the amenities that were identified at that time. The items that have been aligned with the allotted budget currently are the splash pad, playgrounds, which includes a playground for toddlers, 5 to 12-year-olds, and an adult playground. There are other site improvements, including stormwater management system, and we are in this phase including a shelter, a picnic shelter. So we're combining the 2018 and the 2019 budgets and doing the project in one phase starting next spring. With the park dedication fee, we have a total funding of 1.4, what it says on the page. We have, it's been a kind of pretty fun community engagement process since we have so many people at the park. In particular, the Boys and Girls Club have been very involved, and we had the opportunity to go and speak with them and sit down with them one-on-one and talk about the process. And they were very happy to be involved and to be asked their opinion. We've also met with other stakeholders, including the Bright Neighborhood Organization, some of the neighborhood daycares. There's a number of daycares that either bus or walk to the park every day, and the Southside Back in the Day group. In addition, we held a ice cream social, kind of a movie snack event in the park, and the outcome of all of these events was some written surveys that we were able to gather data and really understand what people's preferences were in in the execution of the master plan. And here's the product of the surveys, and we had over 140 participants. I believe the aquatics area and the playgrounds were still the primary priority for the neighborhood and the people who use the park every day. This is the preferred concept. We were able to get direct feedback from the neighborhood and the kids on which playground pieces of equipment they liked. So you'll see this boomerang piece. And right here is, it's a pretty unique piece, and it'll be the first installation in Minneapolis, or in the Twin Cities of this piece. There's a adult fitness area here, as well as a sprint track along here. A picnic shelter here with other tables for kind of a shaded gathering area there. And then playground for little kids over here. The splash pad is more of a natural splash pad, and it's also meant to be a gathering area when the splash pad is not being used for the other 9 months of the year. We're improving, this area is a water retention area, along with some other areas over here with the stormwater being treated before it comes to the storm sewer, which is over here. Some smaller gathering areas on either end, but in the front of the door, and then by the basketball court. So here are just some images of the preferred pieces of equipment. This is the piece that kids are pretty excited about. Got a lot of votes on this one. Then there's some spinny pieces, and we've got a lot of very direct feedback on those. The splash pad, this is probably one of the newer generation of splash pads. We've been working on working with our operations department and our maintenance people, as well as visiting other sites, and really have been working on a splash pad standard that is efficient and is sustainable. Here's it's going to be a very simple and affordable picnic shelter, an obstacle course. This is meant for young athletes as well as adults, and the sprint track as well is meant to mimic sort of a fitness program that is measurable. The basketball court's already in. That's about it. There is a small area over here. This is an area that we heard from the neighborhood. If there's a lot of kind of bad behavior that happens back there, so we didn't have a lot of budget to do something on a large scale, so we're looking at just painting a pickleball court and just to draw some new people back there. And that. So the phase one improvements include essentially the playground and the splash pad and the adult fitness area, future rehab or NPP 20 projects, athletic field improvements down here. We would include rehabbing the sidewalk and the lighting around here as a rehab project. And then the one thing not reflected here is the amphitheater that was included in the master plan. Schedule, we're in design right now. We'll go to bidding as early as we can after the first of the year, and we'll start construction as soon as the weather turns positive, and hope to finish by early autumn of 2019.
Thank you, Kelly. So with that, I'm going to go into our public hearing, and we have one speaker that is signed up, and that's Jim Halber. Hopefully I said your name right.
All right, yeah, I'm Pastor Jim Halber. I am help coordinate Phelps Activities Council. This all kind of began 10 years ago when Kale was the park director down at Phelps, and it was hard to keep gang activity out of the park, and it was nobody wanted to go down there. And Kale said, hey, I want to start some sports teams down there, and will you help? And can you start a 501c3 to help raise funds for that? And so 10 years ago, this is the 10th year anniversary. And I remember talking to some coaches and saying, hey, do you want to come down, and we just got a vision to help do something good at this park. It's just, I pastor a church 2 blocks away. I would see gang initiations when I try to come down there from the church to the park. And I remember when we talked about having some coaches come down there, they're like, what, Phelps Park? No, why would you want to go down there? But we did. We had Kale's vision for that, to turn the park around, and community members that lived there then and now, since instituted athletics and through the 501c3, the Phelps Activities Council, we've been able to accomplish a lot of things and help engage kids in sports. And now the people that live around that block, I wish, we have some of them here today. Talise has lived in that almost that whole time. Talise is right here with her son, Xavion. Xavion, when he first started seeing us out there playing football, he dreamed of playing football for us. He's on our 8th grade team right now. It's just been a world of difference for him. Mr. Butler's kid's been playing for us forever. Coach Marcus was one of the original coaches at Kale. I don't know if you probably the one that talked him into coming down, and helping, and just being down there and trying to help do something, especially in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club too. They had kids that are there, and they don't do sports, and we were that arm to help them engage in sports. The reason that I'm here though really today is that on July 30th, I met with Brad Bourne to discuss Phelps Field. As you saw in the discussion here, that there was a almost $1.5 million that was allotted to. Initially, it was labeled as for the athletic field, and I don't have anything against what's happening with the kids part of it on that side of the Phelps Park, but the field is mud. I think Kelly, I talked to her earlier today. She drove by the field earlier today, and it was. Would you want your kid playing in that? No. And ours have to. And when the parks are getting renovated around us, whether it's McRae or Central, and we just got a mud bowl down there, and our kids are supposed to be playing in that. If it's dry, it's dusty, and they're ingesting dust. And if it's muddy like this, like I said, she wouldn't even want her kids playing in there. I don't think we want our kids playing in there either, but we don't have a choice. And so anyway, I just want to suggest that of that $1.5 million, if there's nothing left to do the field, there's a big oversight. Am I out of minutes?
Sorry about that. I should have told you that in
Oh,
the beginning
I
and
did.
everything, yeah.
So anyway, we need to do something about it, I guess. I don't know what else to say, but I don't know where to go from here, but it's a mess, and you guys can, I think, help do something about it, because it's embarrassing, actually.
And
A lot of you don't know that. So.
And Jim, I'm assuming you've spoken with some staff, but if you wanted to talk any further, Kelly and Cliff are there to discuss.
Yeah, I met
things
with Mike
further.
Schroeder, Kelly, Therese, and yeah, obviously, we need to do something to try to help it go. My concern is that the kids area will get done, and we'll keep, and then we won't look at this field again for another 20 years.
Thank you for coming.
That's not fair at all.
So I don't have anybody else signed up, but there's a lot of you who are here, and I don't know if you knew that you needed to sign up, but if there is something you would like to say, you're welcome to come to the microphone and share your comments. If you could say your name for the record and your address, I'd appreciate it.
Marcus Nolan, 7408 3rd Avenue, South Minneapolis. I'm one of the original members of PAC, Phelps Activities Council. And I know several people that, I also grew up in that neighborhood. I know several people that still live in that neighborhood. And, over the last 10 years, that neighborhood has completely reformed. Property values are out of this world. You have people walking their dogs. You have kids playing in the park that were, other than that, it was a desert land. The park board didn't even want that park. So it wasn't just, lost by the community. It was lost by the park board and everyone else around it by the collaboration of member in the, a church member in the community, a staff member on your staff, and a neighborhood member of myself. By the collaboration of 3 men, we've turned that whole entire community around in the last 10 years. Now that it's somewhere to be respected, and it's somewhere where you walk around with that on your chest and with some honor, rather than before, when if you were down at Phelps Park, you were referred to as a thug or a gang member. So I'm here to say, we need to do something. We need to give back to what we gave. We put all that together with nothing. With the first week we were down there with rakes in our hands, raking the needles, the bullets, the drugs, the crack off the field so these kids had an opportunity to play. And believe me, there was a whole lot of it, and all of you know it because you know what that community was like prior to us being there. So I'm just here to say, it's time to give back who gave to you. We made that a respected neighborhood now. Give us something back so these kids can continue to come down there and to have a safe environment. If you haven't seen the field, I suggest you take a ride down there. And this isn't the first time that we've talked about this field. We've been talking about it for the last 10 years. So if you haven't seen it, it's time for you to take a ride down there and see what we're talking about and see what the largest South, inner city South youth program is working with. Thank you.
Thank you. So, is there anybody else who want to make a comment? Oh, thank you.
Hi, my name is Talise Henderson. I live at 3824 Park Avenue, and I live directly across the street from the park. Moved in about 9 years ago when the program was just beginning started. Zavion's my youngest of the 2. I have a 9th grader now who went through the whole program. They had to play on that field this whole time. Now they're going to high school after him. I would like other kids the opportunity to have that field and to make good use of it. If the park and the playground, which I have grandkids that will play at the new playground, it only seems right that the field matches and that we can get other teams to come in and want to play on the field to make it better. So other parks and other districts will come in and use our field so we can even make our program bigger for the future. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else who might have wanted to speak? Not, then I will close then the public hearing and resume the committee. And it looks like we've got at least one commissioner who would like to speak. Go ahead, please.
Chair Forney, we have a time certain at 6:45 too, don't we?
Oh, okay.
I'm hoping we can, go into recess.
Okay.
Planning Commission.
You go ahead.
Should I move to recess, I guess?
Thank you. So we'll recess and come back again.
Oh, all right. The time being 6:47, I will bring the Administration and Finance Committee to order. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Musich.
Present.
Chair Cogill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Secretary Ringgold, what is the count for?
You have 4 members present on the Administration and Finance Committee and 1 member absent.
I will be making an interim appointment of Commissioner Severson to the Administration and Finance Committee this evening.
Okay.
Commissioner Sievert. Commissioner Sievert.
Here.
Or Severson, sorry.
Here. All right. I would take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, this September 12th, 2018.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? So moved. We have our public hearing regarding the community garden policy now at 6:45. And I suppose I will call Ellen Kennedy for a brief presentation on the community garden policy.
Thank you, Chair Cogill. Good evening, Commissioners. I have a very brief update for you on the community garden policy, the development process of this policy, and what has changed since you last saw it, since the public comment period was opened. As you know, we've had regular meetings with the Urban Agriculture Implementation Team that was formed subsequent to the Urban Agriculture Activity Plan being adopted in 2014, and we've had regular meetings with that team specifically pertaining to this policy ever since 2016. This policy has gone through extensive internal review and comment. We've had input from former park board commissioners since it was being discussed last year even, as well as sitting park board commissioners. We did open a 45-day public comment period on a draft of this policy that closed on April 15th of this year. All of those comments were compiled and addressed. We also, all of the public comments have helped to shape this final policy along with the input received from commissioners, from MPRB staff, community partners, and again, the Urban Agriculture Implementation Team. So to give you a sense of what has stayed the same, the locations in terms of where urban agriculture areas have been designated, if they're designated in neighborhood parks through the master planning process, the permitted garden types remain edible and combination gardens. Garden management is a partnership between community garden leads, gardeners, and MPRB staff. Insurance is still not required of individual gardeners, but we are asking it when we acquire existing gardens, and that's something of a special condition to save them from tax forfeiture. Garden borders, fences, and structures to support plant growth. All of that language has remained the same. The maintenance responsibilities have remained the same. The prohibition of chemicals, pesticides, and fertilizers. We are still asking that gardeners grow organically and that they maintain consistency with MPRB's integrated pest management policy, and unless some sort of specific use is approved by the Board of Commissioners. Access to these community gardens, this is a free of charge activity, and so nothing is charged for people to get plots in order to grow. Donations are accepted, and at Annie Young's request, actually, sales need to be pre-approved by MPRB. Any profits from the sale of something that's grown needs to be redirected back into the garden to support its health and maintenance. What has changed about this policy? The language about the policy statement. There's been some language added just to emphasize that this activity, first and foremost, is to provide space for people to grow healthy foods for themselves and their families. The background and policy basis, the Urban Ag Implementation Team really wanted to emphasize the racial equity considerations that are important as part of this policy, and so we've added to that background just to give people a sense of all of the foundation for this policy and how racial equity is a part of it. We've added to the definitions section just to clarify per some of the comments received. Our procedures section now addresses staffing. Specifically, a full-time racial equity trained staff person is recommended to manage the program. And the responsibilities of MPRB staff and the community garden lease have been further defined per some of the comments that we received. Clarification of the tax forfeited property acquisition process is now a part of the policy, and a new statement that explains that this property, once acquired, will be treated as park space. Tool storage now permitted on site as part of the revised and final draft policy. A more detailed and equity-based application process that includes wait lists and plot turnover. MPRB is now committing to the construction of these gardens, as well as bench and tool storage construction, and the provision of water for for these garden spaces, as well as soil sampling. And I'm happy to report that soil sampling is already underway for a number of the designated urban ag areas. We've added language to address the purchase of existing gardens, as I mentioned previously, and the decommissioning of gardens, should that become necessary. And finally, there's implementation detail at the very end that just lays out next steps with regard to staff, funding, policy promotion, program rollout, and evaluation.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. At this time, we have two speakers for the public hearing, and I will call your names. You have, I think we'll do 2 minutes speaking time, and please state your name and your address if you're comfortable. First speaker is Tamara Down Shui. If I got that right, is Tamara here? Tamara, thank you, and please correct my pronunciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Tamara Downs Schwei, Food Policy and Homegrown Minneapolis Coordinator for the City of Minneapolis, staff, the Food Council, here on behalf of the Food Council, support for this policy and in great appreciation of all the work done and moving forward. Food Council is comprised of 25 community, city, parks, and schools representing the Homegrown Minneapolis goals to help the community grow, process, distribute, eat, and compost more healthy, sustainable, and locally grown food. Homegrown Minneapolis Food Council on August 8th at the regular meeting adopted a unanimous resolution in support of the MPRB adopting the draft community garden policy, allocating funding to create a staff position to implement the program, and staffing and financial support ensuring equity in the implementation of the shared vision for gardening on parkland, and that MPRB provide racial equity training for staff and community garden leads. So in closing, Food Council really appreciates partnership and support and look forward to continuing the work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our final speaker is Sean Fitzgerald. Sean, if you'd state your name and your address if you're comfortable for the record.
Hi, my name is Sean Fitzgerald. I live at 1508 East 37th Street, Powderhorn Park. I want to ask you some questions and give you some facts. Do we need community gardens in our parks? There's a very weak need statement in the urban activity plan, urban agriculture plan. It says, according to data from Gardening Matters, the demand for community garden space exceeds supply of available community garden land in the metropolitan area. I've never seen data about a shortage in Minneapolis. If you looked at the City of Minneapolis garden lease program map today, you'd see over 50 gardens claimed or occupied, over 30 available, ranging from a couple thousand square feet up to 10,900 square feet in both categories. The majority are in North Minneapolis. So one effect may be to take the economic development impact that's positive for community gardens away from the north side. Voting for policy changes from urban agriculture activity plan. You didn't get this in a strikeout, but you're going to be voting, if you adopt this, that community gardens are no longer defined as serving a neighborhood population, even though they're in a neighborhood park. Also, it says a community garden must be available to all residents and park visitors and not attempt to privatize community-owned property for personal gain. If you approve this policy, you'll have the most extensive privatization of parks that Minneapolis has seen, with more community gardens authorized than any other city I'm aware of, including Seattle and Portland. Another change, it says, for this reason, plot-type gardens for rent will not be considered as a type of community garden within the new policy. So this one says, you'll give them away. I'm just going to finish real quickly here. Community gardens might be $6,000 to $8,000 per plot when government has to build them. I hope you'll refer this to recreation, get some budgets, get some, a real need statement to find out if we actually need them, not hurt the existing system. I'm a former community gardener, and do it without alienating a lot of people. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. At this time, I'll close the public hearing, seeing no other folks who want to speak. And
should we move to recess to return to the full board?
I'd recommend Chair Cogill and Chair Forney, just out of respect for the folks that may be here this evening on the items that are time sensitive, that you deal with those items, and then we recess back to the full board.
Okay, so we will continue with the resolution 2018-295. If someone could move that.
So moved.
You want me to read it?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. It's Resolution 2018-295, a resolution approving the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Community Garden Policy.
The resolution has been moved. Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Meyer?
Thank you. So I'm very happy with this policy. Glad that we're expanding access to community gardens to people throughout the city. I don't agree with the notion that this is privatizing our park space. People will still have access to these gardens. It's written right in there that people can still, sit there or go through them or whatever, just like they could any other park. And they don't just contribute in terms of the food that's grown there, and they're also, aesthetically pleasing to have a variety of plants going into the park. So I welcome more community gardens. I did bring up previously when this was first brought up that in the ban section, it says that chemical pesticides are banned, and I requested further clarification of that because everything, including the plants themselves, are made of chemicals, unless they're dark matter or something like that. So that hasn't been put in there yet. It's in there a lot of different times. I'm not going to vote against this, but I'm just going to request again that staff prepare an amendment when we vote on this as a full board, just to clarify either synthetic or industrial chemicals aren't allowed or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Musich?
Commissioner Hassan had his light on before.
Okay, Commissioner Hassan.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Cogill. I'm not in this committee. Thanks for giving me a chance to. Can Ellen, is there you can go back to the last slide? Well, you said a more detailed and equity-based application process. Can you explain more how would that work in the waiting list process?
About halfway down the page. The last bullet under procedures now addressed.
Would you like me, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hassan, would you like me to take you through the particulars of that application process?
Yeah, like how would that work specifically, the waiting list?
Originally, the application process in the draft version was envisioned to be first come, first served. And we received a number of comments that was dissatisfying and that left a number of equity concerns open, both to members of the public and members of the urban agriculture implementation team. And so the thought behind this revised application process is that there would be a certain number of criteria where points would be awarded. That we would ask a certain number of questions about city of residence and state the preference will be given to Minneapolis residents. We'll be asking about a connection with the preferred garden of choice, and that the preference would be given to people who have a connection wherever they garden, that they don't necessarily need to live near it, they can work near it or attend school near it or spend time there regularly, but just some connection there. The intended garden use, that preference would be for edible gardens, since the primary purpose of the activity is to help people grow healthy food. And then the land access question. The preference would be given to gardeners with no other available space in which to grow. So those are the first four criteria, and then there are some open-ended questions at the end of the application And the applications are ranked initially according to the first 4 responses, and then if you find that a number of them rank equally, then there will be a committee that will review these applications and the open-ended response questions to then further discern plot award.
And will you be asking people from the community to put these questions together, or is it going to be coming from this?
They're already pre-prepared. We have a sample of the application for you at the end of the policy.
Okay, great. Well, and what point do you think people will privatize? And is there going to be any time that when we feel like there's people taking, like, feel like, if you can explain to me, at one point do you think people will feel like they take the ownership, not the park board? Like, is there any time where the public feels like they're not welcomed?
I think that the policy has been written expressly to extend a sense of welcome to community members into the activity. With regard to the length of plot tenure is limited to a year, specifically so that there will be plot turnover, so that there will be more people welcomed into the activity. It's expressly written in the policy that there needs to be a community plot in every community garden, so that those who don't get individual plots can still garden in the community plot. So it's not a completely exclusive activity, and so that there is space for whoever would like to garden there or harvest there. Great.
Thank you so much. I think you have answered all my questions, and I just want to urge my fellow commissioners to support this, and it would be a great idea. And I think a lot of people are going to benefit from community gardens in our parks. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Cowgill. I'd like to second Commissioner Meyer's request that we get a little bit more clarity around the use of pesticides in these gardens. When I read the piece about organic gardening practices, there are organic pesticides that are available for purchase, that are categorized in that way, that people may feel that they can utilize in these spaces. And since our intention is to not allow that, we really ought to clarify it in the policy. Ms. Fitzgerald is not the first person to bring up the privatization of park spaces through this policy implementation in my constituency. And I think the piece that might bring the most concern is the portion about fencing, where we note that it's allowed, and we note the types of fencing that are allowed, and how people can access through the fencing, but we don't say anything about signage and indicating that although that space is fenced, it's still open for use by the general public, and that anyone can harvest anything that is growing there. So we may want to revise that prior to it coming before the full board to really get to that by having that on the fencing or the gates themselves, so it's really clear to people. This space really truly still is for everyone. Thank you. Did you want to address that?
If I might respond to that.
Sure.
I know it wasn't quite a question, but thank you, Commissioner Musich. In section D, subsection 6, about signage and posted communication strategy, we call attention to the fact that signage needs to be provided in up to 3 predominant neighborhood languages to explain the purpose of the community garden and access and use policies. So there should be signage right there at the garden,
okay.
Letting people know that it is there for their use and how they can go about signing up for it.
We might want to then indicate where that signage should be located, because it doesn't. When I read that, I just assumed we would put it somewhere in the park, not necessarily on that fencing component. And I know that people find it very helpful, particularly around our premier fields, if we're posting information specifically about how to utilize those or gain access to them. And I think utilizing a similar methodology here might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner French.
I guess I kind of got, first of all, I want to support this. The ability to be able to grow your own food, to me, is free.
You can't hear if you don't use the mics.
Sorry. The ability to grow your own food to me is freedom, especially for certain communities. I am a little concerned about the privatization of our parks. And I guess I want to clarify who's actually owns these plots and who has control over what happens in these plots.
Thank you, Commissioner French. The Park Board owns this land.
Thank you.
And the Park Board is proposing to administer the program.
All right, thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Meyer, do you have another question?
I was just going to read the public access and use section since people have questions about that. So it says, community gardens on MPRB properties shall be considered open to the public during normal park hours. Community gardens may not bar, restrict, or discourage access to the general public from entering the garden, sitting or otherwise relaxing in the garden, nor from harvesting for personal use from the community plot. No community garden within a neighborhood park or other park board owned space shall be managed as fee for access, though donations may be accepted to support the construction or maintenance of the garden. Further, no product of a community garden may be sold unless previously discussed and approved in writing by the staff. In these limited circumstances, any proceeds generated from the sale of garden produce or flowers must be redirected back to the garden to support its maintenance.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. With that, and seeing no other lights on, I will ask all those in favor of Resolution 2018-295, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The resolution carries. And at this time, I think we will go into recess to finish
Move
out
to recess.
Yes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are in recess.
Great, I'll reconvene then the Planning Committee, and I believe that Commissioner Severson, you were starting to chat.
Thanks, Chair Forney. I'm really actually excited to see neighbors from the Bryant neighborhood come up in the Phelps Park community. Too often, these are the communities that don't show up, and we don't hear from them. So I want to thank the neighbors and families who showed up this evening. I have a lot of questions, so if the staff who did the presentation could come back up. But I do want to start with, I do believe that the Park Board has abandoned this community. I was the last full-time staff at Phelps Park. Phelps Park currently does not have a full-time staff nor part-time staff that I'm aware of. The Boys and Girls Club has basically taken over, and they've done a decent job. But I believe as tax-paying citizens of South Minneapolis, they deserve the same things as other communities do, particularly a community park, which is only 2 blocks in radius, located on 39th in Chicago. I first would like to thank Pastor Helberg, Coach Marcus. I just want to give a little feedback to what this program has done. It's perhaps the best athletic program in the city of Minneapolis, and we owe these folks a lot of credit. The Park Board built, like I said, on this community, and they have really kept the name of Phelps as volunteers, and that's a huge deal, and this is a volunteer organization. I believe that when I was a director there, I remember seeing kids go left and right when I'd look outside, because half of them would go to McCray Park for athletics, the other half would go to Powderhorn. And I couldn't believe how many kids that I had in that facility, and we had nothing there. And then this wonderful program was created, and I don't take much credit. I mean, it was the volunteers who put in the hard work and effort. So with that said, that program has had multiple kids go to our Minneapolis public high schools and get Division I scholarships and have ways for school to be to further the education and have it paid for. And it's not just one, it's actually many. I actually visited, I didn't even know they were going to come speak about this. I was in South Minneapolis a couple weeks ago visiting McCray Park, and I stopped at Phelps just to check out the field, and there's rocks on the field. There's actually rocks that if a kid landed on playing football, it would hurt them. And it is pretty disappointing. I hope that we can find a way to reevaluate and figure out how to improve the field. With the amount of children, particularly children of color playing on that field, I think it would be absolutely appropriate and probably the best option for the Park Board and that specific community. One question that I had is the pickleball court in the back of that facility. I have true concerns about that. as a former director there, there's basketball courts behind there. So I don't know what that meant when you said we're going to get like different people back there. In my experience, I had multiple teenagers back there playing basketball, and when I put a staff back there, it was perhaps the best programming outdoors that I did as the director there. So what do we mean by that? And my other concern is that space is currently activated with basketball, and with pickleball going there, I don't know how much that'll be activated, and I don't know at that point, then I really would have concerns about safety issues back there.
Bring the pen back up again. So last year, the city built the basketball court here.
Where the tennis court used to be.
The Boys and Girls Club staff can't, and they end up, because they're there for so many hours a day, they can't supervise this space back here. So whether it's their kids or other kids, they've had some bad behavior back there. So they have asked us to remove the basketball courts because these are much nicer, and they're full court with the half-court practice court, and possibly find a different use for this space.
Do you think pickleball is going to attract people from that particular community? Just wondering.
We've had a few people bring it up.
Okay.
We don't have the budget to do much more. It is essentially putting some paint down on the existing asphalt. And we did take away a tennis court when the basketball court was removed. This may bring back some goodwill for people to play pickleball in that space.
Have we, and I don't know if this question is particularly for you, maybe others, have we reached out to figure out what grants are available to assist in trying to improve this? I mean, this is, like I said, it's so, to me, it's such an interesting park because it's so small in radius, but it's so heavily utilized by that particular population. So have we reached out? Is there anything that we've reached for? I don't know if anyone can answer that as far as grants with Hennepin County to try to improve the fields or find more funding. I mean, I feel like and I don't represent this area. I mean, it's North Minneapolis, but its population is very similar to the community I represent.
Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson, you seem to understand this park quite well. That's great. Thanks for your insight. That's helped staff. Certainly there are grant applications and grants out there. Are you thinking specifically for the athletic field? Is that what you're looking for? Sure, we're coming up on the 2019 applications for Hennepin Youth Sport Grant. So this could be one of the applicants if on the next board meeting we'll be coming forward with some grant options. This could be one that the board could consider for application.
Thank you so much. I'd like to highly encourage you folks to look at that. Like I said, with the high use, specifically with children of color, I think it would be a great opportunity for the park board to partner with this organization.
Commissioner Music.
Thank you very much, Chair Forney. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate you allowing me to have an opportunity to speak to this item. In terms of the pickleball court suggestion, when the tennis court was removed due to a lift station project that the city was doing last summer and the previous summer, but when they took that out, a lot of tennis players in this area were really upset about that, including council member Andrea Jenkins. I heard a lot about it, often, including when we were doing the engagement process around this. And while pickleball is not tennis, it is a ball and racket sport that active adults can play well into their dotage. And so we are trying to accommodate that need within the space so people don't have to drive to be able to play. And the basketball courts are amazing and in use all the time. It's awesome to see just how well used they are because the tennis courts were not as often used. So most of the feedback I've gotten about this plan, while people are disappointed that we are not doing the athletic field, much like people are disappointed that we probably won't be doing the athletic field at Keewaydin in 2019, and it's also a bowl field with drains in the middle of the play space, which is just dangerous and terrible and no fun to play on. I do think that it would be great if we could apply for Hennepin County Youth Sports Grants for this space. And I've been thrilled to hear from so many people about how excited they are about the multi-seasonal use of this splash pad, because the pool took up so much space and was not in use so much of the year due to our long winters. So it's great to see that staff has been able to work with our consultants to find a way to activate that part of the park for such a extensive period of time. So that was all I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Severson for a second time.
Thank you, Chair Forney, and thank you, Commissioner Musich, for a little more insight. So is there enough room in the back area for a tennis court? Is that something that there's not enough room back there for?
We looked at that, and it is not big enough for a tennis court.
Not big
This
enough.
was and at this point, we are calling it temporary because there are some master plan elements planned for that space in the future.
Okay. Assistant Superintendent Tyrese Cox, sorry to put you on the spot, and I don't know if this is your realm either, but I heard a rumor that there's 22 football teams through the park board this year. Is that correct? She loves it.
That is true. Commissioner Severson, I'm sorry, I can't answer the number of football teams that we have currently, and I think my athletic staff have left for the evening. I certainly can get you the number by the morning.
So what I heard, I believe, is that there's 22 football teams, 16 are located in North Minneapolis. So without factually knowing that, would you agree that numbers are way down in South Minneapolis for tackle football?
Commissioner Stevenson, yes, I would agree that the tackle football numbers are down in South Minneapolis for reasons that are really driven by parents. Parents are less interested in sports that encourage such physical contact, and so many of them are either shying away from tackle football altogether or looking more towards flag football.
So I would say that the numbers are actually up at Phelps Park for tackle football. And I don't know if the number, they're a separate organization outside of the park board, so I don't know if we're including their tackle football in our numbers. But I would say that I know they have multiple teams, so I would hope that the park board can find a way to move Phelps up with the high use on that actual field itself. So I just wanted to get that from you. Sorry to ask you. I told you I was going to spring questions on you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So once again, I would encourage the staff. This is a field that is probably used more than any other field in South Minneapolis for football, and I think it would be a great idea to try to figure out how to get this done in 2019, 2020.
Commissioner French.
I guess I want to kind of echo my concern that Commissioner Severson had and this was in the planning stages where folks were talking about getting different type of people. That doesn't sit right with me, and I want to know why do we have to eliminate certain things to get rid of certain people? Because these youth need all the basketball and football, all the stuff they can get, and we're going to take it out just because we don't want a certain population in our parks. I have a really, really hard time with it.
Chair Forney, Commissioner French, I think there was just a little bit misspoken. Staff stand up here and try to present, in a very extemporaneous way.
Well, I think
we support. Of course, sorry, Commissioner French.
I take offense to it, and I don't think it was. I think it was mistakenly said. I don't think it was mistakenly planned that way, and I take offense to it. And people who live in that neighborhood and people whose kids attend that park and hang out in that spot should take offense as well. So I just want to say I'm a little disappointed if these are conversations that were had during the planning session of this. All right, so.
Chair Forney, Commissioner French, I apologize if you've taken it that way, and we'll endeavor to do much better.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any other lights on. I appreciate the presentation. One of the aspects that I really enjoyed was seeing that there's going to be a stormwater feature in there. I know the area around that area has historically had, quite a few issues. And hopefully by having this element in it, maybe it might be easier to restore the baseball fields that we are talking about. And so I appreciate that that was incorporated in a very aesthetic but also functional way, so appreciate. So with that, I will ask for those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstentions? So moved. I'll take a motion then to adjourn.
So moved.
Was that oh, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I'm reconvening the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park Board. We are on Resolution 2018-302. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on Resolution 2018-302? Is there any discussion on Resolution 2018-302? Seeing none, as soon as the room clears. Seeing no discussion on 2018-302. I just want, the first question I have, Superintendent Merrill, thank you for your service to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. When you and I had our first discussion, we had talked about having your contract go through October 31st, and you were doing a tremendous service to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board by bringing your expertise back to the organization. It's taking a little bit longer than I first promised you. So I guess my first question, Superintendent Merrill, is are you interested in continuing to help us and serve in your role as superintendent through the conclusion of our search?
I fell in love with this park system in 1972. I had no idea when I first was the director at Powderhorn Park. Oh, thank you. That would happen. And as a result of that love of this park system, I really fell in love with Parks and Recreation and recognized the important benefits that our communities get from the services that are provided by Park and Recreation. So I feel really strongly about making sure this is the #1 park system. It's a great park system. And we are hopefully going to get, not hopefully, we're going to get really fantastic superintendent in the future. And if I can help in that process, but we will be done before the end of the year, then I absolutely want to do that for this system and this city that I love, that has nurtured me all of my life. So.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrill. And I'll just remind folks too. And Mary said to me, and many, we've had a very challenging and yet successful year. And I really credit Interim Superintendent Emeritus Merrill with a lot of that work. And every day when we seem to be presented with one large new challenge that we didn't see on our plate, Mary says, "I don't know if I signed up for this." And so we're incredibly appreciative of the work. And I said when I brought this recommendation forward for Superintendent Emeritus Merrill to help with our search and to serve out the remainder of Superintendent Miller's contract after Superintendent Miller resigned. I said then, and I believe now, that we're incredibly fortunate. And Superintendent Merrill is a true trailblazer in the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board on the city of Minneapolis. She sat in these seats. She is uniquely qualified to sit in the chair that she is sitting in. In the last 130 years, I'll remind folks that Superintendent Merrill was the first woman to sit in this seat and the first person of color to sit in this seat in a time Superintendent Merrill has done more for the park board, faced with more adversity over her career, and has excelled over and over again. And I will just say I'm personally sad that Mary has told me over and over again that she will not apply to be the next superintendent of the Minneapolis Park Board. I don't believe that there's anybody more qualified to sit in that chair. And just to remind commissioners of the incredible work that Superintendent Merrill has done in just these short 8 months, and why I believe our confidence with the superintendent is high. Mary's provided leadership across the organization, resulting in a number of significant park board accomplishments. Mary really spearheaded our efforts to engage the community proactively after an event at Minnehaha Park that did not put our best foot forward, and I can't think of a better person to be navigating the community discussions around our service level for our Minneapolis Park Police moving forward. And she's garnered support and respect for everyone that she's talked to in that conversation. In a few hours from, not a few hours from now, in a few moments from now, for the folks that are sitting there, Superintendent Merrill was instrumental in clearing in a proposal coming forward that will clear a $6 million potential liability from the Minneapolis Park Board that we had inherited from a previous board, and bring to the table what is the largest private donation from a single entity in the history of the Minneapolis Park Board, and bring a new world-class amenity to the riverfront a generation early for kids and families to enjoy. And that could not have happened without Superintendent Merrill's leadership. We had a challenging time to bring forward additional funding for youth this year, which everybody on this board is committed to, faced with the budget outlook from the city. And Superintendent Merrill helped secure a down payment for fulfilling Minneapolis's promise to our children by bringing in an additional $250,000 above current service level that she will be presenting in our budget this year. And again, to kind of put into context, typically every budget session starts with what rec centers are we going to cut, what hours are we going to cut, and what amenities are we going to do without this year. And Superintendent Merrill is bringing forward a recommended budget that has our current service level and more. And I'm very excited to see Mary's work through the end of the year. I'm going to be sad when she won't be with us longer. With that, I'm just incredibly pleased. Thank you, Mary, for your continued help and dedication to the Minneapolis Park Board. I do see a couple of lights on. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. Since we're going on to a first name basis, Mary, I do want you to know that I did ask for a closed session because I really did want to have a robust discussion. Mary and I have known each other we've worked with each other for over 40 years on park things. And you have been a part of the transition from a couple of superintendents, and they haven't always been the smoothest. And that was one of the big things I wanted to talk with everybody about, is what if we don't have, somebody at the end. I know when you last served as superintendent, you came to the end of your term and you indicated that we didn't have a superintendent secured, I think that's the important thing, and that you weren't interested in continuing. So I'm not, this is seriously, it's not about you. It is really seriously for us to understand what we are going into. We do not have a superintendent secured. We do not know what that is. And I just want us to be fully aware what this means. And just whatever, there's a lot of potential ramifications. What happened when John Gerben left, when David Fisher was around, all of those things. The transition is it's not always the smoothest path. And so I wanted us to have at least a chance to, talk briefly, or candidly with each other about, what are we anticipating. So that is the reason why I wanted to go into closed session. But I just want everybody to know that until we know that we have a signed contract with somebody, Mary has indicated that, she said, we will be done by the end of the year. So I hope that's the case. I look forward to us all, working with somebody. I appreciate the work that you've done. I really mean that sincerely. And that was where my concerns were coming from.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I just want to start off by saying, Superintendent Merrill, I want to say thank you because I am a brand new elected official. This is my first year, and having you as our interim superintendent has made this a treat. Your institutional knowledge of this place can't be measured. So I just want to say thank you. This board has 6 new members, and getting these different personalities together and trying to have one plan and trying to do stuff the right way, you have done a tremendous job, and I just want to say thank you, and I'm going to keep saying thank you until I can probably convince you to put your your application in. I know you don't want to do it. I know you want to go back to being retired, but I love you and I care about you, and this system cares about you, and you've cared about it, and I just want to say thank you one more time.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Seeing no further discussion, I'll ask Secretary Ringel to please take the roll on the extension of Superintendent Emeritus's contract.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Cogill.
Yes.
Commissioner Severson.
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Yes.
Commissioner Forney.
No.
Vice President Hassan.
Strong yes.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrill. Moving on to petitions and communications. I will start with Commissioner Musich.
We have quite a bit of flooding due to the excessive rainfall we've had in the past couple of weeks in my district, particularly at Nokomis-Hiawatha, at Solomon Park, the northern end of Pearl Park, etc. Lots and lots of water, no place for it to go, ground super saturated. People are being very patient and thoughtful and accommodating of each other. Where we have trail closures, I'm very thankful for that. Hopefully we'll dry out a little bit here as we go into the fall so that people can get back onto the walking trails and off the bike trails, and we'll have a little bit less conflict in that area going forward. I also wanted to note President Bourne, as I mentioned before, during open time we are supposed to be following Robert's Rules of Order, and allowing someone to speak twice is not allowed for under those rules. So if we intend to continue utilizing Robert's Rules of Order, I would ask that you treat everyone equally and fairly, and that when we say people will have an opportunity to speak, that we're not following that instruction, because the picking and choosing of which speakers abide by board rules is not fair and not equitable. If we, as a board, decide that we want to change the rules, particularly for open time, I would ask that we bring that up in committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Severson.
Just to echo the words of Superintendent Emeritus Merrill, the Battle of the Badges at North Commons Park was an awesome event. A great turnout. I was a little jealous. Superintendent was on the stage chowing away at some good ribs. I wish I could have judged with her up there, so maybe next time you can pull me up there.
Will do.
It was awesome. Londell showed up, and I appreciate him coming out. He always shows up and comes out to Northside events, and we love having our citywide commissioners show up, and every time there's an event, he's there. I also want to give credit to our director. We have a phenomenal park director at North Commons Park, Yvette Griffia-Gray. She puts on so many events at that park, and although they're not citywide planned events through here at headquarters, she does a phenomenal job, as she did last night with our open forum, I'm not sure what we would call that last night, about the Minneapolis Park Police. Last but not least, football is booming in the lower end of North Minneapolis. I feel we don't talk about youth sports enough, and yes, I love sports. I think it's an extremely effective way to keep our children involved and engaged and out of trouble and on the right path with their academics and in school. It's really nice being able to go to North Commons, Farview, or Falwell and watch a good game of youth football. Also at North High and Patrick Henry, the park board's playing a lot of games, so it's a great opportunity. I encourage folks to get out and grab some hot cocoa this Saturday, and I think games are at North and Henry if I'm not mistaken, but I would check the park board's website before you go just to make sure you got it right. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I was a participant in the bike ride, and I want to thank staff for, once again, putting on an awesome event. I can't remember, but I think I heard something like 60 police officers were off. So I know it's a huge effort that the staff coordinates, and I appreciate it. I also was at the Battle of the Badges, and it was wonderful just to see the activity there. I wasn't there late enough, though, to be a part of the judging, so I don't know how that all turned out. And I guess I would look for some, what should we say, a report from somebody on how their NRPA conference went. I haven't heard any updates on any of that, so I'm curious. Tell me what happened.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
I guess I'll have to give a report back on NRPA. I went and talked to a bunch of people from a bunch of different places, a bunch of different park systems across the country. Got a chance to network, got some ideas on how we can do more youth outreach as far as going into maybe our detention centers here. So it was really eye-opening. I've been a park worker for a long time, but I was never high enough up on the totem pole to actually go to one of those events. So it was really interesting, learning more about the park and rec culture. It was awesome. I also want to say to Russ Henry, who is championed getting rid of the pesticide stuff. Me and him, we both ran, and this was one of the commitments that I made when I ran. So being up here and having an opportunity to actually, that's awesome. So I just wanted to say thank you, Russ, for bringing your group down here, man.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bon. And I went to the NRBA to myself, and I also want to thank Mayor Merrill for the great leadership that she played while we in Indiana for a whole week, and just putting those text messages with all the commissioners asking for dinners, lunch. It was great, even though she didn't pay anything. And the other thing that I also want to thank Mayor Merrill was how she played the incident that happened in Minneapolis, at Minnehaha. That was great, and how she also brought the community together, as well as the families that were affected, particularly. And that was great. And before I went to Africa, and I was leaving a couple days before, and how quick that she put that meetings together with the families. It's hard to get the families that are affected, but Mayor was on the phone with them and making sure she talks to them, make sure that we get the trust back. That was tremendous. The history will always remember you, Mayor. Just keep that in mind. And we're forever grateful for all the service that you give to the sport. And the other thing that I also wanted to mention, the incident that happened in Minnehaha was led to a listening session that has been going through the third one that just happened yesterday. I was there, the first one with the community leaders and from the community stakeholders in this room that will talk about how the park police perfection. And one of the biggest issue I think that was coming up to me myself was the policy that most people are excited, how people are irritated seeing parked police cars on a park lot. Especially elders who came to the Phelps Community Center when I talked to them privately, that said that it scares them. Even though they're in a park that they should be enjoying, seeing that a park police, like driving toward them scares them, and all they want to do is just want to go home and they want to enjoy our beautiful parks. And that session is still continuing, and we expect some results to come out from. But I want to thank the staff for putting that together. I know how hard that is, and getting there, Edley, Jennifer, and the rest of the staff that brings the food, make sure everyone enjoys, make sure everyone feels like they're welcome, is one thing that I want to thank the staff. And that's all.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Commissioner Kogel.
Thank you, President Bourne. I would echo AK's sentiments. I was at North Commons last night. Staff just did a fantastic job on a really intense subject. I think everybody left there feeling heard and feeling like there was a fruitful conversation, and it was great to be able to listen in on that. NRP was really fantastic, learned a lot, and it was great to hang out with some staff and even do a little dancing with Mary and a couple of other folks. AK, there might be a video. The last thing that I'll say is the 2040 plan draft has been, the final draft has been released. The Committee of the Whole, the Planning Commission, tomorrow will be looking into the draft plan. I just want to make fellow commissioners aware of that fact, and there will be amendments considered at the next Planning Commission. So we will be considering those tomorrow, and then at the full Planning Commission in the coming in 2 weeks. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogel. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. So I also enjoyed the NRPA conference, learned a lot. It was helpful to connect with park staff from across the country because we share a lot of the same problems. I attended a lot of sessions on opioid usage and homelessness, pesticide usage, and a lot of other things, and have some ideas that I've been talking with some of our department staff about. I also enjoyed the bike tour. I was talking with former Commissioner Irwin the other day, and he actually let me know that back in 2004, they closed the parkways from cars on several of the parkways around the lakes every Sunday during the summer. So that bike tour was a chance to see what it's like when the parkways are closed, and I'd like us to consider doing that, especially since we have a precedent for it. I am starting to host some, commissioner-hosted community meetings. We had one on Monday about the Craco settlement. I'll talk more about that when it comes up on the agenda. But we had 30 people come on short notice, so people clearly cared about the issue. I've got 2 more coming up. This Saturday, October 6th, I'm hosting a bike ride around the potential routes on the missing link. So we'll meet at 1:30 p.m. at Van Cleve Rec Center. We'll talk for 30 to 45 minutes and then go biking, and we'll do it rain or shine. And then on October 14th, I'm hosting a meeting regarding Chute Square. That'll be at the Lunds Community Room in Northeast from 7 to 9 p.m. And I want to congratulate the East of the River Community Advisory Committee. They had their last meeting yesterday. And the 45-day comment period will start soon. Just want to thank the members for all the work that they did for that, and countless hours went into it. And special thanks to Carrie Christensen, who led that effort. And finally, I just wanted to express my well wishes for former Park President Liz Walensky. She was hospitalized last week for a blood clot in her lungs. But she's still continuing to advise me on all the issues that have been coming up recently, and I hope you all join me in wishing her a swift recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Commissioner Meyer, the entire board, our thoughts do go out to our friend Liz. And yep, she took some phone calls from me the last couple of weeks too. I'm like, you probably don't want to take my phone calls right now, Liz. But thank you for being available as a resource to the board. I do want to remind commissioners, if there's ever a concern by any commissioner that the rules of the board are not being followed, or that any individual member's rights are being infringed of, or a member of the public, that commissioner is welcome to call a point of order and, if necessary, challenge the rule of the chair. And then that can be taken to a vote by the entire board, whether the entire board believes that the rules of the board are being followed. It's my responsibility as chair to preside over the meeting in an orderly fashion as possible. Sometimes that does mean allowing speakers to complete their last sentence as a buzzer goes off. We sometimes have children at the microphone that have never spoken before public audiences before. We sometimes have people that are recovering from cancer treatment that would like to have their statement on a very important topic heard, and I will make those discretionary. Calls, and if there's any commissioner that does not like it, I would encourage them to call a point of order, and the board can decide if they want whoever their president is to make those discretionary calls for their members of the public. I did ask Secretary Ringgold to look at the vote tallies of last year's board's decision to amend the financial policies of the board. Commissioner Musich, myself, and Commissioner Forney did vote in the affirmative to give the superintendent's office increased discretion and jurisdiction over the tens of millions of dollars of professional services agreements that go before that the superintendent's office and her staff give out. If we would like to examine all of those, I'm certainly welcome to do that. If members have any questions about any of those, I don't think the superintendent has anything to hide. That said, moving on to another topic, in order to have a park system that works for everyone, we need to have a park board that represents everyone in our community. The role that compensation for elected officials play to that end is often a perennial and challenging issue. And over the last few months, my colleagues on the board, in particular Commissioners Vita and Meyer, have tried to bring daylight to this sensitive and difficult topic. While I've disagreed with some of their specific proposals, I just want to take a moment to applaud their transparency and their courage for publicly examining the financial barriers to service. I do share their stated goal. While I disagree with some of their specifics, I do share their stated goal to have a diverse board that truly reflects the community we serve. So to that end, after consultation with the park board's legal counsel, I'm establishing a special independent blue ribbon advisory panel to recommend salary guidelines and an implementation schedule for the Board of Commissioners. I will be asking my colleagues to adopt this panel's recommendations. I've asked this panel to report back to the Board of Commissioners by no later than November 7th with their recommendations, so their recommendations can be incorporated into the public comments and public opportunities for feedback in the Park Board's budget process. If this panel does recommend and the board does adopt a salary increase, I will personally donate that increase back to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board in 2019, exactly as I did in 2014. I just want to take a moment and explain how I arrived at this choice and why I think now is the right time to tackle this matter. Up until this point, it was my perspective that before discussing our own compensation, we had to make sure that our priorities were straight and we were doing the work that we were elected to do. As Park Board President, I've been focusing my time the last several months working with commissioners and community members to find additional funding for our city's youth, hire our next superintendent of our park system, secure funding for full-service community schools and parks partnership, and developing Above the Falls Regional Park, including Halls Island and the Upper Harbor Terminal. And we've made significant progress in all of those categories in just a few short months. Just last week, our Park Board levy request, including an increased funding for youth, and our full-service community schools partnership easily passed the Board of Estimate and Taxation. And thank you all for your work on that. Friday, we also announced an exciting new partnership with Graco that will end years of legal haggling and will yield a new world-class amenity in the Above the Falls Regional Park System without spending taxpayer dollars. And it's a wonderful partnership. And so with measurable progress on those initiatives well underway, now is the time to convene a transparent conversation about commissioner compensation parallel with our annual budget discussion. It should also be noted that the previous board failed to deal with this issue during their lame duck period last year, as is customary with every board going out of office. And that put this board in this predicament. And again, I want to congratulate Commissioner Meyer for his transparency. While I don't personally support a salary increase for commissioners and haven't in the past, I also see the fundamental flaw in asking any elected body to advocate for or against their own salary, and I believe it's time to end this distraction. I'm pleased to announce that the following leaders have all agreed to serve on the Special Independent Blue Ribbon Advisory Panel to provide a recommendation to the board on commissioner compensation. These leaders have a breadth of experience in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. They understand the Park Board, its complexities, and the need to remove barriers to public service. I want to thank former Park Board President Tom Nordijk, who has agreed to chair this panel, former City Council Vice President Elizabeth Glidden, former City Council Vice President Robert Lilligren, City Council Audit Committee Chair Lene Palmisano, and the Executive Director of the Minnesota Latino Affairs Council, Henry Jimenez, for agreeing to serve in this capacity. And I look forward to hearing their report in November. Seeing no other business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.
7:56, I'd like to bring the Operations and Environmental Committee to order.
Before the admin committee?
Are we going to admin?
I think we
should go to admin.
I think we're back into the administration committee.
Sorry.
Sorry, Commissioner French.
Nice try.
I'm gonna bring us back to the Administration and Finance Committee, reconvene it at the time being 7:55. We have passed the garden policy, so
I move Resolution 2018-296, a resolution approving a negative declaration under Section 4F of the Department of Transportation Act of 1966 for the 46th Street Pedestrian Improvement Project, a portion of which is within McRae Park, and I do have some questions about this.
All right, Commissioner Meyer has a few questions. If Mr. Arvidsson could approach the podium.
I'm pulling up the packet. Do you want to just explain what it is while I pull this up?
Certainly.
Oh, you have it.
Chair
Okay.
Cogill, Commissioners, I can also pull up the pertinent maps from the packet. What we have here is a project that that Hennepin County is actually implementing with federal funding that's passing through MnDOT, and that federal funding part of it is what triggers a 4F review. 4F, as we've seen before, is essentially the statute that protects parkland when federal funding is used. There are several different ways to address 4F, including a full 4F review. In this case, we have a negative declaration, which essentially means that there isn't any permanent impact on parkland or that it's a park beneficial facility. In all cases, when there's a 4F review, any final determination needs to be made by the official with jurisdiction, which is you, not me. And so that's why we bring all of these forward. This project will make pedestrian improvements along 46th Street South, 46th Street East and West in South Minneapolis, which is also County Road 46. One of those intersection improvements is at the intersection of 46th and Chicago. which is McCray Park. This map I have up here looks a little strange because it's actually kind of going the wrong way from what you might think of, but McCray Park is over here in the western end of the project. And then what we have here is a more detailed drawing of the proposed improvements, which would include new accessible curb ramps, some sidewalk improvements to ensure that there's accessible ways, pedestrian activated signals. And then down in this lower corner here, this is the McCray Park site. The impact on the park essentially is that there will be a temporary easement needed to do some grading that does touch on the edge of that park. Staff does feel that this is actually park beneficial because it improves accessibility across those intersections into the park. It connects with our existing sidewalks and will have limited long-term impact on the park, which is why we're recommending approval of the negative declaration under 4F. We also do have Kelly Besser here from Stonebrook Engineering under contract with Hennepin County to answer any technical questions if you have them.
Thank you. So looking at this diagram, why is the bottom left part different from the other ones? Do they not have a ramp on that one?
I'm going to ask Ms. Besser to come and answer that question.
So as you can see in the diagram, the bottom left, this was produced at a point when we were in really preliminary design, so we hadn't actually designed that quadrant yet, but that quadrant is slated for improvements for pedestrian facilities as well.
So are they different for each side? Or?
The improvements?
Yeah.
So this Chicago Avenue also happens to be on the proposed D-line corridor for Metro Transit's bus rapid transit route. There are stations proposed on the far sides of the intersections. So there will be a bus rapid transit station there. So on that lower left corner and then also the upper right corner, there'll also be a station. So there will be some coordination between Hennepin County and Metro Transit on designing that quadrant, but it will have detectable warnings. It'll have an improved slope on the pedestrian ramp, and then it will also have accessible signals as well.
Sorry, what are detectable warnings?
It's the little bumps on the plates in the sidewalk for sight impaired users.
And what are the changes that are going to be made to the traffic signals? That was in the report too.
So this signal will be upgraded with accessible pedestrian signals. So that's providing a spot for someone who has, for everyone, I guess, to be able to push the button and activate the signal for the pedestrian crossing. And then they'll get the countdown timer on the head so that they have time to cross the intersection.
Okay. And then my last question is, did you consider bumping these out further into the street to shorten the distance that people have to cross?
This was considered. We ended up not going with that option along 46th Street. That county route did consider that option. They did a mill and overlay project on this corridor a couple years back. And due to the bus routes along this corridor and then also biking as well, they decided not to implement these bump outs into the roadway.
Okay. Well, thank you for bringing this to us. I do think it's an improvement over the status quo. I'd like them to consider bumping it out further. So I guess I'm going to vote in favor of this tonight, but I'd like to talk with you further to see if that's something that they would be willing to consider for the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Seeing no other questions, I don't think I have any. All those in favor of Resolution 2018-296, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carries. I'd entertain a motion on Resolution 2018-297.
So moved. A resolution authorizing agreement for cost share operations and maintenance between the City of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board on Industrial Boulevard from Ridgeway Parkway through the I-35 right-of-way within Ridgeway Park Regional Trail.
Wonderful. The resolution has been moved. I would like to have a brief overview of this if Ms. Christensen could provide one.
Good evening, Chair Cogill and Commissioners. We're here tonight to present an agreement to you for authorization of a cost share operations and maintenance between the City of Minneapolis and the Park and Recreation Board. This is for a shared use trail on Industrial Boulevard from Ridgeway Parkway through the I-35W right-of-way within the Ridgeway Parkway Regional Trail. Construction of this trail segment allows for completion of a portion of the Grand Rounds missing link, a long sought-after connection between St. Anthony Parkway and the Mississippi River. This project was originally initiated by MnDOT and the City of Minneapolis as part of the Interstate 35W on and off-ramp improvement project. In discussions with the City of Minneapolis and MnDOT, project partners discovered and acted around a shared interest to expand the scope of the project to include improved bike and pedestrian facilities on the east and west side of Industrial Boulevard, which also included an off-street shared use path. I'd like to thank the City of Minneapolis staff and MnDOT staff for coming to us with this exciting improvement for our regional trail system. Specifically, I'd like to thank Forrest Hardy, who's been our primary contact at the city on this project. He's a transportation planner at the Public Works Transportation Planning and Programming at the city, and is here to share a brief presentation about the project with you. In addition to bringing some of the funding to the project, MPRB will be responsible for operations of the trail. The city will own the trail. MPRB operations will include seasonal maintenance of the trail, including plowing and mowing. City, as the owner, will be responsible for long-term repairs.
Chair Cogill, before the presentation, I'm embarrassed to say, I didn't appoint myself to this committee.
I thought not, but I thought that you were using your executive authority beyond.
Stephanie left.
So would we like to have this moved, rescinded and moved again by another member of my committee?
Just somebody else on your committee.
I would love somebody from my committee to
I would
move
like to
it.
move resolution 2018-297, and I won't read it again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Apology accepted, no problem. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer.
I was wondering about his power. Sorry.
And yes, it seems we have somebody from the city,
Yeah,
is that right?
Yes. Quick word
Fantastic.
from our wonderful partner at the city.
Commissioners, my name is Forrest Hardy. I'm a transportation planner with Public Works. Here to provide just a bit more detail. I think Carrie covered a lot of the detail about how this project came to be. It was really a partnership effort between several agencies, MnDOT, Park Board, and City. It's really kind of an opportunistic thing that took place with the resurfacing project of I-35W, which triggered signal work, which triggered ADA improvements, and also allowed us the opportunity to really look at the grand visioning of the Grand Rounds Master Plan and the missing link, and take advantage of that opportunity to make this trail gap connection. So not to belabor too much on the details, I think Carrie touched a lot on this already, but the Grand Rounds missing link, as you're aware, was studied in 2008, which included Industrial Boulevard, and this segment of Industrial Boulevard particularly. The project will be connecting Ridgeway, the existing Ridgeway Trail crossing at Industrial, with Point to the south, being at the southern limit of the I-35W right-of-way. And there is some continued planning effort on our part to, and also partnership with the Park Board, to make that connection either on-street or off-street down to Broadway, which is another several blocks, in partnership with a project that's scheduled there that's actually being constructed this year. So in the next year or so, it will hopefully be a gap filled all the way from Ridgeway to Broadway, Street Northeast. Here's just a sketch of actually the final plan of what you're looking at, of a schematic design for the trail. So it's a 10-foot bituminous trail north of the freeway and 12-foot underneath the I-35 bridge deck. The project design includes that bituminous trail, some modification of the retaining wall under the bridge, and any required grading work. So that's generally what the Park Board funding would be used to match the city funds with. There's additional city funds involved with the project for a new trail, or new sidewalk on the east side, the opposite side of the street for Industrial Boulevard, which is reflective of the Grand Rounds master planning work that took place, or the Grand Rounds visioning work that took place in 2008. So sidewalk on the east side, trail on the west side. There's also 2 signal rebuilds involved in the project and ADA upgrades, including APS, push button detection with those signals with that project. Enhanced lighting along the trail to increase the standards, so those trails are lit to specifications. And curb geometry changes that would reduce the turning speeds of vehicles on and off the freeway ramps. General timeline quickly here. So the city and park board have been in discussion since around July 2017. There was the city letter of intent that we received, or the park board produced a letter of intent to the city for that trail maintenance, and then the funding was allocated. I'm sure you're aware, of course, in December of 2017. So we're working now on the cooperative agreement to execute that actual funding agreement in order to provide MnDOT with that funding for the project. So that's why we're here tonight. And here's just a few existing site photos. Real quickly, just looking at Ridgeway Trail, that's the northern connection. This is looking south from that same vantage point towards the intersection of I-35W. And then this is a view underneath the bridge near the southern terminus, which is near that signal you see in the background there.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Commissioner Meyer, you have a question?
First, yeah, one question. So can you just go over the operations arrangement? So the city is going to control operation of some parts, and the park board has other parts. And I just wondered,
sure,
if you could explain that and explain why it's separated like that.
Yeah. So the city, in owning the Industrial Boulevard right-of-way up to the I-35 right-of-way limit, and they're basically the ownership of that trail and continued aspects of that trail to the south, whatever those future connections may be. So that's how that's spelled out in the agreement. But routine maintenance was agreed upon to be a responsibility of the park board. So that includes wintertime plowing and sweeping and those kind of things, just minor routine maintenance. Whereas major trail reconstruction or any kind of major work would be upon the responsibility of the city.
And the lighting?
Lighting is owned by the city. It continues to be owned by the city, so that's our maintenance responsibility.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work on this for us. I want to thank the city and MnDOT for this. I'm really excited about it. The Grand Rounds is slowly but surely coming together. We've got this new piece added to it, and the next step will be adding the piece down to Broadway. And we'll be touring this site on Saturday to get a look at what's to come. So thank you for your work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just echo that. It's really exciting. It seems like we're getting more and more of these little connection pieces throughout our system, and I can't think of another time where we've been improving the infrastructure for biking and walking throughout the system in such a robust way. So thank you so much for your work and for the partnership. Yes.
Add that the Grand Rounds Missing Link Master Plan update will be up for public comment coming up very soon here, hopefully in November, along with the East of the River Park Master Plan. So there will be some updates to our vision of the Grand Rounds Missing Link, which I just wanted to end with. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Just a
Commissioner
quick
Forney.
Thank you. I'm not on this committee, but Gary, thank you for bringing that up. Do you know the Grand Rounds designation? We are eligible. Do you know anything more why we're not proceeding with that? And if we add on to the Grand Rounds, can that be added on?
I'm going to call up my director here to help answer that.
The strategic one.
Yes, Chair Cogill, or is that we're Chair Cogill, Commissioner Forney. So the history of the actual Grand Rounds nomination to be National Register listed. The initial nomination was prepared not by us, And I think staff's feeling at the time was that it took the wrong approach by essentially tabulating every little element within the Grand Rounds Park system and saying that we were historic because of this collection of objects. Our feeling is that it is the interconnected landscape itself, that deliberately designed, acquired, and interconnected landscape that is the true importance of it, and that it's the objects themselves that may change over time, but it's the historic interconnected landscape that's most important. We've not pursued a change to that nomination, in part because of staffing availability and funding reasons. Because the first nomination was produced sort of outside of us, we don't have access to that anymore. I will assure the board, though, that the fact that the Grand Rounds as a whole is eligible offers us the same seat at the table and the same protections under federal projects as if it were actually listed. So in that sense, we don't gain additional jurisdiction through listing. We already have it because of the eligibility. And in terms of adding pieces to the Grand Rounds, I think that's maybe an open question. I don't know that if we added a brand new segment, if that would be considered part of the historic Grand Rounds and would therefore be eligible on its own. It certainly would become a 4F resource and have protection that way. But I'd have to look more into kind of what the implications for the historic would be.
Thank you, Adam. That was important to know.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Seeing no other questions, all those in favor of Resolution 2018-297, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carries.
Move Resolution 2018-298, a resolution approving amendment number 2 to parking license number LI 235 through June 30th, 2023 with the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs for parking facilities at Minnehaha Regional Park.
The resolution has been moved. Are there any questions on this particular resolution from any commissioners?
I mean, my understanding is it just extends the amendment by 5 years.
Yes.
So I guess my question is, does it do anything more than that? I don't know.
If Ms. Downey would like to answer that question.
I would just note that the language in the amendment, as noted in the resolution, is that there are a number of paragraphs that may have been amended, but they typically are they're actually referring to some of the language that needed to be amended as a result of the state's bonding requirements. And other than that, there was a little change to the language in Section 3 that was from a typo, but other than that, it's pretty standard. It was the second renewal term that was under the original lease, so nothing unusual.
Fantastic. Do you have any other questions?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. All those in favor of Resolution 2018-298, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carries.
Move Resolution 2018-299, a resolution amending professional services agreement C43561 with Short Elliott Hendrickson Incorporated related to the master planning, design, and engineering and construction administration at Mississippi River Gorge Regional Park in the amount of $86,068 for a new contract total of $386,068.
The resolution has been moved, and it would be great if Mr. Pedersen could come up and give us an overview of the helpful additional services that are being provided by this extension.
Thank you, Chair Cowgill and Commissioners. This is just an additional piece to the project. Right now, we have contracted SEH through design and engineering. That's where we're at right now. And what we need to do is actually go through construction. We don't have quite enough staff time. I think they had a couple hundred hours that they're going to put towards construction administration and observation. And project closeout and all those things. So we just don't have that in our budget and in our time to do that this fall. And with this project, there's a hard deadline of June 30th, 2019 to spend this money. And we're just trying to get it all pushed through.
Fantastic.
In a quality way.
Would you expect that there would be another amendment after this, or likely not, or is it too early to tell if that would be the case?
It's a little too early right now, but as far as the construction administration and getting the $1.4 million spent, I don't believe there'd be any amendment with that. There could always be the possibility of the master plan needing an amendment in the future, but that's hard to tell right now.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, all those in favor of Resolution 2018-299, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Resolution carries.
Move Resolution 2018-300, a resolution approving change order number 9 with Tariff Construction Incorporated, contract number C41613 for the Northeast Recreation Center project at Northeast Athletic Field Park in the amount of $25,839.41 for a new contract total of $4,107,345.41, authorizing an internal transfer of $19,000 of capital levy funds from the Northeast Athletic Field Park Athletic Field Improvement Projects to the Northeast Recreation Center project, and authorizing transfer of $4,179 from the NPP 2017 Sidewalk and Paving Rehabilitation Fund. And I do have questions just about what exactly this goes through. I mean, in the staff report, it says that this money adds value, but it was confusing to see what exactly it's going for.
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for moving the resolution, and it sounds like we have some questions, so if Ms. Murdoch could come up and give us a bit of an overview of this, that would be great.
Chair Cogill and Commissioner Meyer, there are quite a few items within this change order. Do you have specific questions? I could read through all of them.
Are all of those new that are part of this, of the $25,000 that are being added? Or
The dollar amount again?
So it's 25,000
Yes.
new dollars that we're adding to this, right?
Yes.
Is everything on this list in the staff report part of that 25,000?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's listed here what all the different items are and their dollar amounts. That adds up to the $25,839.41.
And I'm just curious, was there something that happened why these weren't in the original contract? Or?
Certainly, I can go through them.
You don't need to go through all of them, but.
Why they're not included. Some things are identified during construction that either it's unforeseen conditions. Some things are owner requested. There are a couple things in here that we requested are changed. Other items are, during construction, some of the details didn't fit together, wasn't completely coordinated. So those are items that are often called errors and omissions. There's multiple different reasons why you would have changes during construction.
That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. And I don't think that I have any other questions. Thank you for the explanation. Much appreciated. With that, all of those in favor of Resolution 2018-300, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, resolution carries.
I move Resolution 2018-301, resolution authorizing and directing approval of a settlement agreement, an amended and restated trail easement agreement, a purchase agreement, and a flood control agreement, along with a stipulation of settlement, all related to litigation involving the condemnation of certain real property owned by Graco, Minnesota, Inc., and located along the east bank of the Mississippi River, and necessary for implementation of the East Bank Trail, a part of the Above the Falls Regional Park. Resolution authorizing and directing the approval and the execution of a donation agreement with Graco Foundation relating to a donation for future park improvements upon closing of the purchase agreement.
The resolution has been moved, and Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, if you could please provide us an overview of this agreement. Thank you.
Chair Cogill and Commissioners, thank you for not saying brief. There's actually several components to this. I'm going to give a little bit of background on the history and try and unpack the complexity of this package of documents that was provided in your background. And I'm sure there will be questions that you have, and I'm certain also that there are questions where I'll have to be deferring to Council Rice as we move through this. Just geographic context to begin with, and it's important as we look at this because it involves lands owned by Graco, lands owned by the Park Board, and commitments that have been made and now satisfied. Just for reference, this lands that we're talking about are all contained within Above the Falls Regional Park, and you can see the boundary there. And what's important as you move through there, if you look down here, I'll come back to that in a minute, that the boundary does not involve some parcels of land that are owned by the Park Board. So essentially Above the Falls reaches from the Plymouth Avenue Bridge on the bottom end of this diagram up to the limits of the city of Minneapolis on the east bank and to Mississippi, North Mississippi Regional Park on the west bank of the river. This is also grounds that are owned by Graco, and it includes their Riverside production, Riverside plant, and the area where the East Bank Trail flows through an easement area that was acquired by the Park Board in July of 2015. This is the shear site, and that is Parcel D, and Parcel D is outside of the bounds of the Above the Falls Regional Park. This is the East Bank Trail that was implemented in 2016, and you can see that it lands currently on its southerly end at the corner of 8th and Sibley. It moves through the shear site, through the acquired trail easement on the riverside of Graco's Riverside plant, under the Broadway Avenue Bridge through Sheridan Memorial Park, and essentially ties back to Marshall Avenue at about the location of the Burlington Northern Railroad and Bridge. On a little closer view, we look at the shear site, and again, you can see the black dashed line is the Above the Falls Regional Park boundary. Here's the shear site. Parcel D is comprised of, if this agreement moves forward, comprised of two parcels, one that was referred to in the agreements as MPRB Parcel D, and the other as Graco Parcel D. A little history on the trail condemnation. This entire discussion and the settlement relates to the Park Board's acquisition of real property that's owned by Graco. Originally, and it happens in this area right here, it was originally 60,000, just over 60,000 square feet. It's been reduced a little bit, and I'll come back and talk about that in a minute. We went through a process of condemnation because we needed site control in order to take advantage of a $1 million federal grant that would allow us to implement the East Bank Trail. We went through a quick take process. The quick take process is essentially a legal process which allows us to condemn property in the public interest, and it defers the value determination to a separate process. And that's the process that Council Rice and I have been going through in 2017. Those proceedings are currently on hold as we proceed through the settlement discussion. And the entire purpose of that, and I'm assuming legal counsel Rice will step in if I misstep on a legal point, but the purpose of those proceedings is to determine the value of the real property and any damages that would have accrued to Graco when the Park Board acquired those properties. Early in 2018, the Park Board reached out to Graco to determine if a settlement would be possible. The response from Graco was, yes, we should talk. And if the settlements, if the agreements that are bound in here are moved forward on, it would result in the settlement of all of the issues we have with Graco relative to the condemnation of their real property. So this resolution, thank you for not reading the entire thing, is quite long, but I thought what I would do is try and unpack it a little bit because there's several components that are important to it. So on the right is the actual resolution. On the left is kind of a quick summary of what each paragraph is talking about. The first paragraph essentially says that we're going to execute agreements related to the litigation. And the litigation is the condemnation of the East Bank Trail from Graco. It also establishes that Parcel D, which lies outside of the bounds of the above the Falls Regional Park, is not required for park purposes, and it reflects the processes the park board would use in a disposition of that property to Graco. The third paragraph talks about the vacation of 10th Avenue Northeast and the platting of land on the Shearer site. Right now, it's a series of parcels that don't necessarily easily divide themselves, so we would redefine those lines through a platting process with the city, and then move forward after that on a sale if the agreements are approved, and establishing the permissions. And then Graco would pursue the vacation, and we would establish permissions for our use of that street for limited purposes. The fourth paragraph directs funds from the sale of a portion of Parcel D. You'll see that's a 2.2 acre parcel. We'll talk about that in a minute. And funds returned from the easement acquisition, and I'll talk about that more in a minute, would be directed to the Park Board's development on Parcel D. And it would also reflects information about the implementation of flood control measures on Parcel D. I think I'm to paragraph 5 now. It talks about the prepayment of park dedication for a building that Graco would build on what would be called Graco Parcel D. There's no timeline for that, but they would prepay an amount equal to $150,000, and I'll come back and talk about that as well. The next paragraph talks about a donation from the Graco Foundation that would be directed to the development and maintenance of the park on the Shearer site, and would establish Graco Park as the name for new parkland. I need to point out to commissioners that as we move through this, we have a park naming policy, and I think it's in all of this, I think we may have neglected to note that the naming of this park would require a suspension of board rules, which also would need to be undertaken as a part of this resolution. And the last piece of this, the second to the last piece, allows for technical corrections to be made to the agreements. And this is important. I joined a conference call last week, kind of in mid-conference, and the lawyers were talking about the differences between a semicolon and a comma. And our typical process is to advance to the Board of Commissioners a document that is exactly as we propose to committee. But I think as we recognize the complexity of these documents, there may be a need to correct a spelling mistake or some other technical matter that doesn't change the substance of the resolution or agreements. And so in this case, we've given the ability for our counsel to work with Graco's legal counsel to resolve those things, so we have technically correct documents in addition to having a set of agreements that meets the needs of both parties. There are 6 agreements. There's a settlement agreement, an amended and restated trail agreement, a purchase agreement, a flood control agreement, a stipulation of settlement, and a donation agreement. And I'll go through each of these briefly. The settlement agreement is the largest of these documents, and it essentially establishes the terms under which the litigation would be suspended or eliminated, and it commits both parties to developing parks and trails along the upper river and the properties we'll talk about. So I'll go through the bullet points quickly because they get reflected in some of the other documents. Graco will provide an easement to the park board on its property at no cost. So this is the condemnation action that we went through will essentially become unnecessary because they will be giving us the land. As a part of that, they will also waive the fees, legal fees, and other expenses that happened in the condemnation proceedings, and it will return to the park board $622,300. That was the amount that the park board deposited with the district court to allow the quick take action to proceed. The Graco will acquire from the park board a portion of Parcel D on this, kind of the southerly side of its Riverside plant. It will prepay parkland dedication related to some future development on that parcel, and it will participate in measures to. We will work together to implement some flood control measures on Parcel D. Weird diagram there. We'll come back to that, I guess, in a minute. Actually, I probably need to look at that for a minute. So the first, I apologize, this is not a good representation of what is supposed to be the trail easement, amended and restated trail easement agreement. Essentially, the condemnation involved an area on the westerly side, and I can use this diagram. This is essentially Graco's plant here, and you can see in the whitish line through the middle, that's the East Bank Trail. And we had defined an area through the condemnation that totaled just more than 60,000 square feet. An acre is 43,000, so a little more than an acre. We took an area that large because we weren't exactly sure how much land we would need to implement the East Bank Trail. Now that it's been implemented, we don't need as much land. So we will pull out the unneeded land from the easement and essentially establish an easement area that is 1 foot easterly of the fence that's out there today. We constructed the fence to separate the easement and the trail from other Graco properties. The easement would be 1 foot east of that to allow us to maintain the fence as we needed to. The purchase agreement is related to the sale of a portion of Parcel D to Graco. It's a 2.2 acre portion, and you'll see this, I think, on the next diagram. But this is Parcel D in a sketch that is being prepared as an attachment. That has been prepared as an attachment to the agreements. Parcel D right now is 3.55 acres. 2.2 acres will be sold to Graco for a price of $1.1 million. At some point in the future, Graco would create some kind of a building related to sales, training, and office uses, inviting its worldwide customers here for sales and training activities. In this, we may be adjusting the boundary slightly to the Buffalo Falls Regional Park. This would allow Graco to fully vacate the constructed portion of 10th Avenue Northeast. We have talked about the process that we will go through. As we've been discussing it, that process is an administrative process with Metropolitan Council. We'd be exchanging roughly 11,000 square feet of land on either side of that line, and an equal amount on either side in proximity. And we're not imagining that to be an issue with the adjustment of the boundary. Graco will allow the Park Board to use the former right-of-way of 10th Avenue Northeast for emergency and maintenance vehicle access. We would create a subdivision of Parcel D according to City of Minneapolis standards. Graco would prepay $150,000 in parkland dedication fees, with those funds to be directed to the new park. One of the questions that comes up frequently is, what if the park dedication fees are less than $150,000? The agreements stipulate that if it's less, we just live with the $150,000. If the park dedication fees are more than $150,000, Graco would contribute an additional amount to make up the difference. We have to go through, the process we go through for disposition of the parkland may be subject to district court approval, so we've outlined that. And the proceeds from the sale of a portion of Parcel D would be directed to the Park Board's development on the remainder of Parcel D. Our remaining portion is 1.35 acres. So this is a better sketch of the description. And when I talk about, I'm going to trace the lines of Parcel D, and they coincide with the regional park boundary. So this is the boundary of Parcel D. In order for Graco to take advantage of the vacated street, we may have to kind of do an internal swap of this piece of ground, which would be added to Parcel D, and this piece of ground, which would be removed from Parcel D, and it would result in a slightly modified boundary for Above the Falls Regional Park. The flood control agreement, as we move through the condemnation proceedings, we came to understand that in the past, Graco had agreements, verbal agreements, and some ideas of activities that would happen with the Shear Lumber Company during flood activities. And so we agreed that we would work together on Parcel D to establish some kind of a barrier to floods. And as we move through that process, Graco would contribute up to $100,000 toward the creation of what we're calling right now a flood platform on Parcel D. So this line here reflects the boundary of what that flood platform might be. Essentially, in its simplest terms, it might be an earthen embankment that raises up the elevation to limit the kind of intrusion of the 100-year flood event across those parcels. Graco separately would be seeking to do other flood control improvements to protect its properties from flooding. The stipulation of settlement, there's no good graphic to go with this, but it's essentially a process that allows the litigation to be officially dismissed from the court. And so the attorneys would execute that stipulation, and it would set aside all the matters related to the condemnation. And then there's the donation agreement. This is attachment F. In this agreement, Graco would contribute to the park board an amount of $3 million, with those funds being directed to the development of a park on the Shear site. Park board staff would work toward development of those improvements by early 2022. Naming rights would be extended to Graco, and they've indicated that the new park would be called Graco Park. Halls Island remains Halls Island, and this park is a part of Above the Falls Regional Park. The naming rights would extend for the way the legal agreements are written. It's 240 months, followed by a second term of 120 months, for a total of 360 months, or 30 years. Graco would also contribute to the park board an amount of $27,700 for the development, operation, or maintenance of the new park. People have asked what that $27,700 means. If you take $27,700 and add it to the $622,300, you get to a round number of $650,000. So it's simply rounding. And if you have more of a question, I'm sure General Counsel Gallivan can respond to that. But it gives us a round number to be dealing with. We did go through the process of discussing what the donation agreement would be with CEO Pat McHale. It was the day following our last board meeting and the closed meeting. And we articulated what would be the improvements on the new park that we'd be looking at. And so for the record, we identified those things that we could reasonably define from the schematic design that existed in a couple of drawings, just kind of pointing out where dollars would be spent to create the park that would eventually be called Graco Park. When we look at next steps, a favorable review by this committee and by the Board of Commissioners will require 6 votes based on the land sales and suspension of the naming policy. We have several technical tasks to take on after this, the subdivision, the vacation of the street, and probably a host of other things that we'd be moving through and working in concert with Graco. And importantly, if this is approved, we would begin the process of engaging a consultant to help us move through this and beginning our community engagement process, our design, engineering, and permitting in 2019, so that we'd be ready to start implementing park improvements in 2020 and 2021. I will defer to Council Rice to see if I have forgotten anything of substance as we move through this.
Council Rice?
Thank you, Chair Cogill. Yes, I think Assistant Superintendent Schroeder has really covered this pretty comprehensively. I would like to say that, if I missed it, Karen Gallivan from Graco, the General Counsel, is present today, as is Charlotte Boyd, who works for the company, and so they're available for any questions. Just perhaps a couple points that all of these whereas clauses are really quite important. One part that's really critical is if we were to continue to pursue the litigation claim to its conclusion, which could be years away, by the way. I mean, there's really 2 phases to this. One is the condemnation hearing in front of commissioners. That has been suspended since March while we've tried to negotiate a settlement. If the board were to direct that we continue to litigate the matter, we would go back in front of this commission, submit final briefs, make oral arguments, and let this three-panel of commissioners make a decision. But once they were to decide the matter, say 90 days from the time we submitted oral argument, either party would have the right to go to district court and try the matter all over again. At this point, Graco has represented that they have expended in excess of $1 million in legal fees, expert witness fees, costs, and expenses. And I believe that because this board's expenditures are about $800,000 in similar expenses. And the board should be aware, as should the public be, that if Graco is asking for $6 million in total damages, the board paid in $622,300. At the hearings, our experts said the true value of, in their opinion, of the easement was about $400,000. But should Graco get an award greater than about $750,000, not only would the board have to pay the difference between $750,000 and $600,000, but could have the obligation to pay all of their legal fees. So that's a factor, I think, as you weigh this. I think as the board looked at it, it's an important consideration that the value of the easement should the number land more than 20% higher than the $622,300 we paid in under the law, Graco would be entitled to reasonable attorney's fees and expenses, and that would be a significant number, or could be, depending how that was looked at. One other part, it's been mentioned in here on the park dedication fee that Graco would, in essence, prepay for a future development of the park. An important consideration in that Graco has not committed to any timeline on building a building there. They have made representations in the discussions that they would like it as a significant building that would be geared towards a training facility, a office facility. That they haven't committed to a timeline, but the fact that the prepayment would be made would provide another $150,000 to develop the park immediately, as opposed to wait for that development on that timeline. One of the whereas clauses covers a very important point that's been raised at a number of settings, and that's the so-called Parcel D. Parcel D is really a construct of the park board, not any legal document. And when the sheriff's site was acquired by the board, it was one of the very last thing that then Commissioner Merrill Anderson voted for in December of 2009 was to authorize the negotiation and acquisition of the Scher Brothers site. As that acquisition moved forward, it was very clear there was an agreement between the city, the park board, and the Met Council that Parcel D would not become parkland. And as Assistant Superintendent Schroeder has laid out, the Above the Falls Park plan does not include that parcel. So this land, while it is parkland and is under this board's jurisdiction, it was never intended that parcel remain as parkland. It was just the Scher Brothers did not just want to sell any access to the river, or hence when you look at parcels A, B, and C, there was kind of a tranche of land that could have been available for park use. The least expensive option was roughly parcel A, or just a trail easement, much like Graco looked through that land, which was just take enough to punch a trail between the Plymouth Avenue Bridge and Broadway and be done with it. Well, Scher Brothers was not interested in just selling the riverfront. It was literally an all or nothing proposal initially that included all of Scher Brothers' holdings down there. as the negotiations went forward in 2010, the park board simply didn't have enough money. We had $7.7 million, and it gave us the parcel that's been outlined. There were two other parts of blocks that Share wound up, one selling to a private individual and one that was sold to Graco, that was covered by the original purchase agreement. But as the negotiations went forward and Share had a price, the park board had resources, that was what was landed on. So the thought that any part of Parcel D was to remain as parkland was really never intended by the board. It was always looked at as land that would likely be disposed of. Significantly, in the plan that's been worked out, the park board is retaining well over an acre. I think it's 1 1/3 acre, roughly, of Parcel D that would be used for an activation of the park. I don't know that Mr. Schroeder talked much about how that would be used, but I think that's an important consideration for the board. And the reason for that is the board, by the resolution, would dedicate the $622,300 from the quick take action, as well as the purchase price of $1.1 million, as well as $100,000 that Graco would pay the park board for the flood mitigation agreement, would go into that part of park board Parcel D for I'll let Mr. Schroeder describe it in terms of park board facilities on there, on that land. I think, one point maybe this is an unusual clause, the last resolve clause, where it delegates authority to the park board attorney and Graco's attorney, subject to approval of the superintendent or Graco's authorized representative. Basically, we're going to be filing a number of legal documents here with the county, and the county's only going to accept them if we do it absolutely right. So if we've missed a comma or a semicolon or a word or an or or an and, this would really be just technical things. So there's some latitude as we move forward with either. There are several proceedings that will have to happen. One where we'll be asking the city to plat Parcel D. That could require a correction. Graco and the park will be moving forward if the board approves this with a vacation of 10th Avenue. The park board staff would also be approaching them at council to exchange about a 1/4 acre of land and reconfigure the shape of Parcel D to give Graco land all the way, almost all the land on 10th Avenue. If for some reason the Met Council ever does not want to make that adjustment, we have in our agreement the ability to go back to Graco and just stay on the original Parcel D and give them that part of that land. Actually, I think the way we've configured this is that Ms. Gallivan's here. I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but that switch of land actually is more advantageous to the park board because it gives the park board more land for Graco Park or for the park, and it gives Graco less land they can build on because it narrows down that area of land they're picking up is more rectangular in nature than it would be a square and less buildable. But it fits with their idea of them wanting to be able to create a buffer between their plant and the park, and gives them, which I think is as Mr. Schroeder has described, a way to create a buffer or a transition between what is Graco's campus and what is parkland. I think there are some other terms there. I mean, one of the other parts is that the park board, and that's part of the $27,700. It is true that this helps round some numbers up, but it also would cover approximately 15 years of accelerated mowing or turf management in the park area by Graco's donation. This agreement will, if it's executed, if the board approves it, will require, before we actually resolve the lawsuit, it is going to require the city to take an action on platting the land, the vacation of 10th Avenue, the land, the Met Council approval, and once those kind of governmental pieces are done, then we can actually sell the land to Graco and move forward with the settlement of the lawsuit. And then once the lawsuit is settled, the donation from Graco to the park board for the park. So it is, there are, as Mr. Schroeder said, you've got a lot of documents to look at here, 6 in total to make this work. It has been a very long process to satisfy the issues that Graco had, but I would say more importantly to set a course for the board on how to not only resolve a lawsuit, but probably more importantly, build a park, from my perspective. This idea, although the acquisition was authorized in 2009, and I just, for the newer commissioners, I guess I won't comment on the age of some of the commissioners, but you may not have been be able to vote yet. But it does take a long time to get things done. I mean, you just don't open a park. There's acquisition. There was a lot of other work that went into this, and you could wait another 9 years to get a park developed there too. It's kind of a choice that the board can make, or more, not just the board, the community could wait another decade to see something happen on this property too. You know, that's a judgment. I know there's been some issues raised about, well, you could get more money. I don't think so. I don't think we can have another buyer who can help us solve a lawsuit. I don't think we have another buyer who is interested in making a donation to build a park. At least if there is, no one's approached me or nobody's approached Mr. Schroeder about being able to do it. And, you know, quite frankly, Graco has been a Minnesota company for 90 years. I believe it's been at that location, I think, at least for 60 years, perhaps longer. And they're your neighbor, whether you like it or not. And you need to deal with those facts, I think.
Thank you, Council Rice, for that overview. Do commissioners have questions? Commissioner Meyer.
So this has been probably the most challenging vote that I've had to take thus far because of the nature of the closed sessions where we were discussing it. You know, I didn't have the opportunity to get feedback and ideas from the public during that time. So I've been doing my very best to get as much public input as possible since it was released. So over the weekend, I door knocked in the Stano neighborhood at the Open Streets event on Sunday. I talked to people about what they thought about the deal, and I hosted a community meeting on Monday where we had 30 people come, which I thought was impressive given the short notice. Some people canceled their previous engagements, even ones that they paid a couple $100s to attend so that they could be at that meeting. So people clearly care a lot about this issue. When I was talking to people who, you know, were new to the subject, hadn't been involved in it previously, there's pretty much unanimous support for the deal. People are excited about the different amenities this would bring, such as the trail beneath the bridge, and just getting out of the lawsuit and all the negative implications that could have if we ended up needing to pay $6 million for that. But some of the most informed and engaged members of the community who have spent countless hours working on this issue are a lot more apprehensive about several parts of it. Some people, you know, really aren't happy with the name and the potential precedent that we could set by, you know, suspending our naming policy on that. Probably the biggest concern that people have is they don't want another coloplast. They don't want this building that Graco would be allowed to build to be a fortress. And so regarding that, in closed session, we talked about a lot of different stipulations that we would prefer to have to make sure that the building is well designed and engages the park. The two that made it into the deal are that it has to be oriented toward the park and that it has to serve as a barrier from their industrial area. But people are really concerned that there's not much of an enforcement mechanism to that. So I have several questions, but first, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, could you talk to us about the stipulations that are in there and, I don't know, tell us how are we going to avoid making this a new coloplast? Like, how do we avoid making this a fortress?
Chair Cogill, Commissioner Meyer, just to restate what the two conditions are, one is that the building has to strongly orient to the park, and the second is that it would provide a buffer to Graco's industrial facility. And the building that's been discussed by Graco as a sales, training, and office building would serve the purposes of the buffer. To create an industrial use on the Graco Parcel D would not be a buffer to industrial uses. I think the logic of not creating a buffer to industrial uses with a buffer with an industrial use would be pretty clear. But Graco hasn't posed moving that direction. They've actually talked about a building that would attract their worldwide customers and take advantage of the park that's created and the view, which is not exactly what's shown here in this image, but the view across the park, across Halls Island and along the river to the skyline of Minneapolis. So the second piece is about strong orientation to the park. And it would be hard for me to believe that anyone designing a building wouldn't take advantage of what you're seeing in this photograph right here. The question you ask is what enforcement mechanisms we have with this. And I think I'm going to have to defer somewhat to Council Rice because it's with those criteria. I think that it would be one thing for me to try to judge it and maybe a different thing for someone else to judge whether they met those criteria. In the when we went through a process with Graco and their development partner Ryan Companies in 2015, we relied on a series of standards that were created as a part of River First and related to the schematic design in particular of buildings on Parcel D. And it's probably those kind of standards that Ted Tucker was referring to during open time. And they too are much more definitive. I'd suggest that those were crafted in 2011 or 2012, and many of those were oriented towards sustainability. And I think that based on my not too distant past experience in the private sector and working with a lot of architects, they would tell you that designing a sustainable building is kind of the obligation that they have as professionals. Designing a building that would meet a criteria equal to LEED Silver is something that most architects would probably consider doing in their sleep these days. And when you look at how a building would be operated, it would be to the definite advantage of the owner to be responsive to a lot of the sustainability practices that were outlined in that document. Still, that document is not a part of this agreement. When it comes to enforceability, perhaps Council Rice has some ideas, but I think several of the aspects of the orientation of the parcel to the park would almost certainly dictate the creation of a building that's going to be, and I wouldn't suggest that we denigrate Coloplast and what it did, but it would create a building that would be as significant a part of the riverfront as what we're doing with the park.
Well, just to describe the issues that people have with the Cola Plaza building, like when you approach it, like it's not a welcoming building. You wouldn't, like if you needed to use the bathroom or needed to ask for directions, like you wouldn't go up there, and like the doors aren't facing that direction and things like that. So in 2015, Graco put forward a proposal that included, a couple levels of parking. Would that be prohibited under the stipulations that we have? Like, if they brought that proposal forward today, would it be rejected?
It would, if Graco were to bring forward a proposal and would be considered by this board, reviewed by this assistant superintendent, I have a feeling that we would say 2 levels of parking at ground level is not the solution we want. It's not strongly oriented to the park. And it doesn't provide the kind of activation, frankly, that we would need. And I don't actually think that Graco would move in that direction because of the kinds of uses they propose for this building. They want to be able to take advantage of the setting that we're creating here. They're directing through their foundation more than $3 million to the creation of this park, and it would seem kind of antithetical to create 2 levels of parking as the edge of their new building on this park.
Can you talk about what existing zoning applies to this parcel and how that might be changed in the 2040 plan? I haven't had a chance to read the revised vision, the revision, but looking through these documents from 2015, there were 2 applicable ones. There was the floodplain overlay and the shoreland overlay. Are those still going to apply?
They would still apply, Commissioner Meyer. The current zoning of the site is I2. The planned guidance, land use guidance under the 2040 plan, through discussions that Graco has had with staff at CPED, would be production and processing. That same land use guidance would be applied to the MPRB parcel D, so that, and as we walk through that with CPED staff, everything that we would want to do on that parcel, we could be doing. And it also suits the needs of Graco for what they would want to do on what would be called Graco Parcel D. The shoreline overlay would still apply. Then with the limitations that exist, if they were to build over a certain amount of height, they would need to go through the process that others would use to build a building of taller height within the shoreline overlay. The flood overlay zone would have the same kind of requirements. We would be working through the process of understanding what that technically means as we look at the flood control platform that would be implemented on Parcel D with the other flood control measures that Graco would be looking to do on its campus.
I also heard some concerns about the land we're ceding back from the easements. People ask, what if the usage of that trail increases a lot and we want to expand it? Do you foresee any need for that?
The trail easement the amended and restated trail easement allows us to maintain a trail facility through there. If at some point in the future, the usage of that trail grows to be something where we need to have a separated path, it would still be a trail use within a trail easement.
Okay. And we had one person speak during open time about the farmers market. The church that currently hosts it might not stay there for long. Does this deal accommodate for that possibility of having the farmers market there?
Chair Kogo, Commissioner Meyer, the process, when we look at Parcel D, and if you look back at the guidance from the River First Plan, the schematic design for this site, it would talk about that portion of Parcel D providing for park supporting uses. The interpretation that we would take of that as staff is that we want to bring to it uses that provide activation and extending that support things that we would want to have happening within this community. When we went through our process of soliciting development proposals or development qualifications and didn't receive any responses, we turned the corner and we thought about developing Parcel D on our own. We created a CAC, which technically still exists. And we had, I think, 2 meetings with that CAC. Part of this process would reinitiate that CAC to begin discussions about what might happen on Parcel D. One of the things that's been clear to us from the beginning, and the past board had presentations during open time from people that are strongly associated with the Northeast Farmers Market, wanting to have that activity on this site. And even in the schematic designs, I shouldn't say even, in the schematic designs that were prepared by Leader Studios, it showed a market plaza on a portion of Parcel D. So we would certainly look at ways to accommodate that. At the same time, we've had other entities that have been referred to us say they would like to participate in doing activities on this site. They may not be a good fit as a permanent use, but they certainly would want to help us activate through their programming and outreach and bringing people to the riverfront. We've also had inquiries from people who would like to see us build offices to support nonprofits. And importantly, maybe, the people who have called me to talk about kind of the private sector revenue generating things have been breweries and distilleries. So as we look at planning for Parcel D, for our portion of Parcel D, I think all of those things come in to the process that we had initiated with the CAC. The major difference would be when we were going through those discussions, we had $0 available to do anything at Parcel D. Now with these agreements, we'll have something close to $1.8 million to get started.
All right. Well, thank you for all the work that you put into this. I know you put in really a ton.
A lot of people have.
Yes, yeah, not just you, but Councilor Rice and President Bourne and your staff and me. I'm going to abstain on this vote for this stage of the process because I'm still hearing from community members about it. There's still a lot more to review. I mean, it's a lot of documents to go through. I will be, there'll be another meeting about this through the Stodder Neighborhood Association. I think it'll be on the 15th. I haven't confirmed that yet. But yeah, I definitely look forward to hearing more from the community, and we'll take a final vote on the 17th. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I think Commissioner Musich is next.
Thank you, Chair Calgo. I have a number of questions about this item, and I'll start with the technical ones first. To clarify, the donation that we are receiving from the Graco Foundation is $3 million. Is that correct?
Technically, it's $3,027,700.
Okay.
From the Graco Foundation.
Okay. So when the Star Tribune reported, is that better? When the Star Tribune reported that we were getting $5 million donated to us, where did they get that number from?
That number is incorrect because the donation is $3,027,700. If you were to take the $1.1 million from the land acquisition that Graco will be doing, and the $623,300 return of the dollars deposited with District Court, the $150,000 prepayment of park dedication, and the $100,000 for the flood control platform, I think that totals $5 million.
I see. And my understanding previously was that the leasing of Parcel D would be utilized to pay for the maintenance and operation of this park. If we are using the sale proceeds of the land to develop it, how much do we anticipate maintenance costs will be, and where do we anticipate finding those funds?
If I recall the numbers from the schematic design that was put together by Leader Studios, the amount that would be necessary to maintain the park and the building, it was a relatively large building that would be constructed as a part of the park on the Shear site. It was something in the neighborhood of $350,000 a year. we wouldn't be doing the building in the same way. But also what becomes important in that is that the ground lease revenue that was being generated by the 50,000 square foot of Graco-oriented development under the Graco-Ryan proposal and the 50,000 square feet of speculative office generated around $220,000 of ground lease revenue. It is a factor that we'll have to consider that as we move forward, but the ground lease was never going to cover all of the costs of in my estimation, and what was proven out even as we went through that process with Graco and Ryan companies. We would never have satisfied all of the needs for maintenance of the park. One of the things that I think is important for us as we look at activating uses is to find the right balance through the CAC process of uses that will fit on this 1.35 acre site that can accommodate the uses that the community would like to see happen, uses that activate the park, and to some degree generate revenue for the maintenance of the park. Essentially looking at this as we would some of our other parks where we consider it to be kind of a microenterprise, which is what Waterworks is intended to be. If we look at that model and apply something like a Lola's or a Sea Salt, recognizing that we're in a different part of the community, I think we would recognize pretty quickly revenues that would be equal to the amount that Graco would have delivered as ground lease revenue under its proposal.
Okay, thank you. I seem to also recall that we had other corporate donors offer to or pledge to donate funds to the development of this site. Does this agreement affect those donation pledges? And do we anticipate that now that we've named this park after a corporation, that we will be unable to raise further funds, or that it will inhibit our ability to do so?
Mr. Musich, I don't know about what other funds had been committed to a park at this site from other sources. I could connect with.
Could we have Tom Evers maybe
I
speak
could
to
have
that?
Tom step forward. I don't know that it would preclude others from donating. If we look at what happened at Waterworks with the donation of $3 million from General Mills.
And is General Mills getting that park named after them in exchange
they
for
will
the
have
$3 million that
they will
they're
have
donating?
a component of Waterworks named for them. But I think while it might present some obstacles, I think actually Tom Evers would maybe provide a better insight than me.
Thank you.
Speak briefly to this. So within the Waterworks, or within the River First Capital campaign that the Parks Foundation is leading for Waterworks in the Great Northern Greenway, General Mills made a lead gift of $3 million, but they spread it over the 3 projects because they saw the whole River First. So about $2 million is dedicated to the Waterworks site. About $850 is dedicated to the Great Northern Greenway. So that's the funds that tonight the design that you approved the design team for, and $150 was left for the Halls Island site, but not specified for what exact cost because there was too much unknown. We've spoken with the General Mills Foundation. They were aware of this project, and it doesn't necessarily preclude the money would come off. They've been very amenable. In fact, one of the things they've said in their gift, the $3 million, was they wanted it, and other donors too, wanted to encourage other corporate donors to give. So nothing yet, and I'm not going to say it's not for sure, but at this point I've not heard any indication that it's going to be a problem. So that's the answer to the question about the $3 million.
Thank you, Mr. Evers. Commissioner Musich.
Seeing that this was a formerly industrial site, what soil remediation will need to be done in this location to allow us to develop it as a park?
Through the processes of eliminating the buildings from the sheer lumber company operations, and with the resources that we had from an America Recovery and Recovery Act, ARRA, there's another R, reinvestment. We've invested, I think, something on the order of $1.4 million in the clearing of buildings and the remediation of contamination in this site. It doesn't mean that every bit of contamination has been eliminated. In fact, we know that, and have communicated to Graco that in an area of what would be Graco Parcel D, near the corner of 10th and Sibley, there's what we call a hotspot. And we have had our environmental consultants meeting with Graco and meeting with its environmental consultants to explain what's going on there. It is possible that as we move through this site, we will find other environmental contamination. I suspect it won't be chemical in nature, but it might be rubble or other fill material, which we also consider to be contamination. But it's not atypical of any site we'll find anywhere along the river.
Okay, thank you. What funds were utilized to purchase the Scherer Brothers site? I know we used some lottery money, but what other fund sources did we utilize for this site?
Mr. Musich, I might defer some of this to Council Rice.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Musich, we do have a memo on that. I do not have it at my fingertips right now. It was a combination. Is the question about all of Scherer Brothers or Parcel D?
The Parcel D that we're selling, I'm interested in understanding where that money came from.
We do have a memo on that. I will get that to you. I've seen it. I know I just looked at that within the last 24 hours. We used approximately $150,000 that the Park Board received for land that MnDOT condemned under the 35W bridge when they reconstructed it, that was segregated into an acquisition fund. And there was general fund money from the land acquisition account for the Parcel D. Those dollars were segregated and identified as non-state, non-park money. The other...
So we used land acquisition funds to acquire that? Okay.
That would be correct.
Thank you.
The land acquisition that was not from the state, that were not tied to Met Council or the state of Minnesota.
Thank you. Why are we not putting the funds from the sale of this land into the land acquisition fund for further park property acquisition? Is that not what we would do with other land sales within our system?
Maybe if I could answer that, Commissioner Musich, you raise a very good point, and I wanted to cover that in the presentation. The staff is recommending that the dollars that were expended in the riverfront stay in this part of the city because of the point, well, not because ordinarily without the resolution as it's written, the dollars that Graco's purchasing, those dollars by other board policy would actually go into the land acquisition fund. So that's an important consideration of this resolution as it's written. The money here would stay here unless you change the resolution. The general policy of the board would be to put that $1.1 million back into a land acquisition account.
So by spending this money on the property, on developing the park property rather than putting the funds back into the land acquisition fund, are we setting a precedent that monies that would normally be put into land acquisition may now be used for park development instead?
Mr. Musich, I can't project, so I don't know if it's setting a precedent.
Okay, I'm concerned it's setting a precedent and a bad one. Where were the funds from the easement acquisition that we put in trust with the, the courts? Yep. Where did those funds come from?
The $622,300 came from excess general fund reserves.
And why is it that we are not putting those funds back into the excess general fund reserves to allow us to utilize them for other unexpected expenses such as this one?
Councilor Rice.
Yes, Chair Cogill and Commissioner Musich, another good point. You're right. Ordinarily, if this absent this resolution, though that $622,300 would go to the general reserve. I think as we sat down with Graco and as I was getting direction from President Bourne and in the meetings, we're really doing three things with this resolution. We're settling a lawsuit, we're developing Park Board Parcel D, and you're developing the park that would be known as Graco. And it is true that the resources previously appropriated to this project are now basically staying in this riverfront park. And absent, it's kind of how the deal came together.
Again, I'm concerned we are setting a precedent here that is a bad one. Sorry, I lost my place. Just a second. For the monies that are indicated for park development in this location as part of these agreements, what sort of development are we anticipating we will be able to do?
Commissioner Musich, there are several key components of what we would be doing as the first phase, and they would be aligning with how we imagine opportunity parks within the regional park system to be developed, where our first priority is to develop the connective pathways for both bicycles and pedestrians through the park. So importantly, we would get this park to the point where permanent trails could be built. The trail that goes through the site right now is temporary, and you can tell that by walking out there and seeing how it's striped. We don't have a connection to the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park, which is on the downstream side of the Plymouth Avenue Bridge. And importantly, these funds would allow us to build that connection under the Plymouth Avenue Bridge and rebuild a connection over the marina in Blue Island Park so that the Central Riverfront is connected to Northeast Minneapolis without having residents who are on the East Bank Trail have to cross Plymouth Avenue or 8th Avenue at Sibley Street. Beyond that, significant work needs to be done to get the site out of its current kind of rocky field look, to make it actually more attractive and comfortable as a park. And as this board and other boards know, the dollars don't go as far as we ever want them to go. But we would be looking at finding ways to build that connectivity and get this into an operating park that can have pieces added to it over time, just as we would with all the rest of the parks that we build in the system.
So essentially we're getting trails and grass?
Trails, landscaping, we have, I think, talked about adding a building near the beach that could serve as kind of a, not a trailhead, but kind of a concessions type building related to activities on the river, possibly with seasonal restrooms in that building. There is a significant investment in trying to create a place for activities between Parcel D and the park, and that's a significant activation zone that's identified in the schematic design that was created by Leader. If you look at the...
Are we allowed to build a building in that location? Commissioner Irwin and I discussed this at length earlier this week, and he was under the impression that the river, the portion of the land closest to the river cannot have any buildings on it because we used legacy money to acquire it, and part of the stipulations of that use for that purchase is that buildings cannot be there.
Mr. Mitchell, we'll have to look into that. I'm relying on the schematic design plans that the previous board approved that did show a building near the river.
Okay, that'd be great if we could look into that, because I would hate to get on the wrong side of the state. Okay, so now that my technical questions are done, I was really surprised at the volume of constituent contacts I got on this issue. I have a lot of less than thrilled constituents wondering if we will be putting our naming of policy aside and selling out their parks next. they're dismayed that we are naming a park after a corporation. And while I believe that public-private partnerships are an integral part of how we provide the public of Minneapolis with world-class parks, I can also see how they would be very concerned that we would not follow our policy and that we would continue to make changes like this in the system. As we saw with the renaming of Bede-Makaska, names are important to the residents of Minneapolis. And to take away the certainty that we will follow policy when we are making naming decisions does not seem appropriate. That was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I believe that Commissioner Forney was next, or Commissioner Hassan? Is that
Hassan or Bourne?
Commissioner Hassan, would you like to speak? Oh, President Bourne?
Thank you, Chair Cogill. I'll just remind folks that we do have a rule in our committees limiting time to speak, but I hope, Chair Cogill, you would, this is such an important decision that you would overlook those time limits tonight for folks, because this is such an important topic. This was really brought forward, and I would encourage folks to support this. This might be one of the most important votes that this board takes in our term. We have an obligation to the people of Minneapolis to make the best decisions that we can for our parks and the people that use them. To just set up a little bit of history that was from a board standpoint, this previous board took a unanimous vote to take through an eminent domain or a quick take one of our neighbors' land for a trail. Graco is a private property owner, and they have the right to be compensated for the property that the park board chose to take. This board, the previous board, voted unanimously to begin quick take proceedings before, and knew that there was a risk to that. And I voted I voted along with all 9 members of the board to pursue that course, because we did have at the time a risk of losing $1 million federal grant. Now we have a risk. Graco has a claim to the value of their property, and they have a right as our neighbor and property owner to advocate for the value of their land that we took from them. And that value they're claiming is $6 million. And when you put everything together, that whether or not we personally agree with that, there's a very good chance that a condemnation court may agree with that. So when you look at and we do have an option now, and we can consider continuing legal action, which is our choice, and it's this board's choice. If we pursue that choice, I just want to present the budget options and give some potential direction to Superintendent Merrill. If the board chooses to pursue that choice, we will need to find next year in our operating budget, I believe, an additional $1 million. Based on the rate of legal expenses right now. I have a hard time seeing where we will find that funding without asking some very hard questions about, do we close the new Northeast Recreation Center? Do we not even try to fix Weber Pool? Do we cancel the Monarch Festival to find those funds to continue to fight a fight that we may very well end up losing? And so at the beginning of the year, we took a step back and we reapproached this. And when we asked ourselves this question about what we're doing here, it really turned out that every major goal that the Minneapolis Park Board has for the Above the Falls Regional Park is, in effect, some of the very same goals that our neighbor Graco has for the Above the Falls Regional Park. And so while we have while we have a lot of the same goals, it didn't make sense to continue down a road that could potentially cost us $6 million to end with a sand lot, which is what we're ending with now. And instead, Graco came forward and offered what is the largest single donation towards a single project in the modern history of the Minneapolis Park Board. And in turn, they said that they want to have their world headquarters in the city of Minneapolis, and they want the park to be their front yard. So I know folks have talked about, what assurances are there that this might not be another chloroplast. I think that the greatest assurance is that they will have a world-class front yard. I don't see where any reasonable person would have this world-class amenity and not want to utilize that, and not want to make this a showcase for corporations around the world that may be considering relocating to Minneapolis. There were a couple of things that I think we're not valuing in this agreement. One of the most important things around operating costs is if there is a development here, it will generate quite a bit in property tax dollars. And approximately 8 cents of every dollar that generates in property tax will then go to the Minneapolis Park Board for operating. So that is above what in totality is a $10 million pact. It's Graco looking at the losses that they are taking and just giving those up. And there's no doubt that we have taken something of value from Graco. There is no doubt. And they are giving that up. There is no doubt that we are giving something of value to Graco in return. There is no doubt. And that's what happens with a compromise. And is this every single thing that I would like to see? Probably not. I think is this the best? Is this the best thing that we can deliver right now, considering the hand that we are dealt? Is this the best thing that we can deliver for the people of the city of Minneapolis? I do believe so. And so I would encourage folks to look at the totality of this agreement, look at which I don't think our previous board could have done. And again, I will applaud Superintendent Merrill for taking a fresh set of eyes to this and looking at as one of the people that purchased the original land that we're talking about, really reminding us of what our goals are in this. And this brings a world-class park amenity to the people of Minneapolis, potentially a generation earlier than anybody would have to enjoy it. It clears $6 million of liabilities from the Minneapolis Park Board. And for the entire city of Minneapolis, it improves our ability to retain and attract worldwide employers and recognize and I think will spur some additional development along the riverfront that will help us finalize those plans. I do know Mr. Evers from the Park Foundation answered a very specific question. I don't know if he wanted to add any more into how this. I know that there's some concern about the donation, the size compared to other donations, and are there any concerns from other donors? And just it'd be helpful to hear the Park Foundation's total perspective.
I can be real brief, and I think I should just keep from the foundation's end. I have not heard yet, but I think that there's still. So I can't speak for all the donors. I do think that, the way we've been looking at this is a more than a $3 million donation. It's a significant $10 million deal. So I think the comparisons aren't equal to the existing donors. But I do think that there's a community of individuals, corporations, foundations that see this as a growing motion. So it's part of a bigger story. And I think from our end, from River First, if you look, it's a big step forward in what we're seeing on River First. And from the foundation end, there were a lot of questions still about how this site was going to be developed. It's not an ideal proposition. I do think it does challenge fundraising directly for this site from other corporations. I'll be honest about that. But I think as part of a bigger story with all of River First, this is what many people in the community that we've been working with want to see, is this shared investment in it. So it doesn't answer all the questions. I don't think I'm answering all your questions. I think there are still some I don't have the answers for, but from everything we've heard with the donors who are contributing significant amount is they want to see more people contribute, not just locally either. I think this is what we're seeing at River First is a national model. And so I hope that in the future, in the near future, next few years, this gift will be dwarfed by other gifts that are significant and transformative. So.
Thank you, Mr. Evers. So I don't have any more comments on this. I do, again, want to thank Superintendent Merrill, Councilor Rice, and Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. We have some folks from Graco here this evening that put in a lot of time, and just really, it was very impressive to see folks move from an adversarial setting to really looking at the overall goals that we have in common and really start working together. I also don't think that this agreement would be possible without the support of Mayor Fry, who also helped us to look at this through a different lens. And so I do want to thank everybody for what I think is the largest reversal of fortunes that I've seen in my 9 years on the Minneapolis Park Board. So I would hope that the committee supports this and that the full board supports it when it comes forward.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Cogill. I am not on this committee, so I'll try to be somewhat brief. First of all, I just want to frame for the community that we were in private closed session and engaged, we as commissioners in the discussion, and each one of us had our whatever we say, our axe to grind and issues that we wanted to articulate. So, Ted, I just want you to know that I truly did, fight hard for B3 standards, LEED, bird safe, all of those types of things. So, definitely those issues have been raised and hopefully, have been conveyed. Anyway, at a different time, we'll, if this passes out of committee and everything, I'll go further into things. But first of all, I want to thank Brian and Michael. Really, this has been a huge endeavor, and I really appreciate, your expertise being put forward to do this. I also want to acknowledge both Karen and Charlotte for being here. It really is important to see a face, with a corporation. And my understanding is that it has been a really a good give and take as far as, the conversations and everything. And hopefully everybody has learned and shared and stuff like that. So I appreciate you being here, sitting through particularly this long slog of a meeting. I want to acknowledge that Commissioner Meyer did have a community meeting on Monday, and I did attend the last 45 minutes of it and everything. And that was very important to me to hear, the community and to listen, what is it at issue. So probably the biggest thing that I need to articulate is that the naming, I don't even know what words to say, is so thoroughly against the core of what I stand for as a commissioner. It really, really, this is the hardest thing for me to deal with. And that's really what I heard the community say. So it really made me start thinking about, what is at issue here? We're in the business of placemaking. That's what we do. We make places safe. We make these places fun. We make places environmentally friendly, et cetera, et cetera. But that's what we do. We're not in the business of branding. And that's what this feels like. But we are in the business of branding for the purposes of what is that exciting thing that we own. I love that earlier this year we named Annie Young Meadow. Yes, I like the Annie Young part, but the big part I like is Young Meadow. I don't know, there's something that resonates there that, you have something that draws you there. Why would it be called that? What is it about? Bohemian Flats. There's something very evocative about that really draws people to want to go there. What does it mean? What's the history, etc. As a kid, I loved Beard's Plaisance. What the hell is a plaisance, I mean, How many people knew what that was? But there's something very tantalizing about it. There's something that draws you, wants you to go there. Names are important. And that's what I want to encourage, Graco to think about is this really the name you want? We try really hard to change names or change images. East Cedar Lake Beach, no matter what, it's going to be called Hidden Beach. It's something we just can't fight. But I challenge you to really consider, is this truly what you want to call it? There's nothing in my mind that pulls me there. First of all, what's a Graco? Does anybody know what a Graco is? It's not like U.S. Bank, okay, or Target. We all know what that identity is. We know what that means, okay? But a Graco isn't something that probably touches the majority of the people's lives that come close to it, all right? So I really question if that's really what you want to be doing. If you do, though, want to do it, I would really encourage you to involve the community in selecting what you totally want it to be. We can do community engagement for you. That was something I was going to say, is that maybe we can do a public, survey or something like that. And these are just some suggestions. The first thing that came to me was Graco Green, Graco Grounds, Graco Garth, Graco Garden. All of them start giving an image of what it is that you're going to. And I don't feel that Graco Park is really resonating, is really pulling anybody there, making you want to go there. And like I say, we're in the business of placemaking. There's a lot of things that you can do. I can give you, tons of ideas and stuff like that, but I challenge you to really see if you can reach out to this community. They're your neighbors, and ask them, what would you envision here? What would you like to have this name be? Whether or not it be Graco something, or maybe you do decide to change it up to something, whatever, something different, Gray, after the Grays who were your founders. But I really would like to challenge you to think about that there really isn't anything that resonates as far as this is a place. You're on the Mississippi River. Draw people there, excite them, get them there through this naming. And I also just want to make sure that people understand that, this is, I believe it is a precedence by us, naming after a corporation. BFW Nelson, I know, was brought up, but my understanding is BF Nelson actually was an alderman, was a park commissioner, was a school board member. So it's a person that it was named after, not necessarily a corporation. And then I also want to remind people that, this is an aspect of the Above the Falls Regional Park. So that's an important thing to understand. But I challenge, once again, Graco to consider what are the unique landscape features that you want to pull people to this site, because it is an amazing site, and any way that you can honor, our community, it will come back to you in spades. It really will. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Severson?
So I was going to remain as silent as I could on this, and I'm trying to be patient. I thank you folks for coming out. I think we have a great opportunity here. I guess I grew up different than a lot of folks, and I didn't think I was going to have to share this evening, but we didn't grow up with as many assets as others. And government is changing, and public and private partnerships are going to be extremely important moving forward. I can't wait for Graco Park to open, and many Northsiders have told me they can't wait to scurry over to the river and maybe be able to cross that river and get on that island and barbecue and have a good time. And I know it's tough for some people, but Graco does resonate with me as a Northsider. I know plenty of people from North Minneapolis who have had great careers there. I know Graco did a wonderful job back in the early 2000s of supporting young women, our girls, with athletics. I know that although I don't agree with everything that Graco has done, I think they have been a great partner of 90 years of Minneapolis. And more importantly, they're in Northeast Minneapolis. I believe they started downtown, and they have a Minneapolis Public High School graduate, an Edison graduate, if I'm not mistaken, as their CEO. I know this is tough for some, but let's not miss an opportunity to have a great asset on the riverfront that may help push the Upper Harbor Terminal to get done sooner too, right? The north side needs this. I wish this was happening on the north side, because I'd be pushing this forward even harder. So, like I said, thank you folks for coming out. Brian, you've done a great job, and I can't wait to support this and help move this resolution forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner French?
I guess, I too have some reservations about naming a park after a private corporation. But I think the times are changing. I think we live in a city where we have a Target Field, Target Center, U.S. Bank Stadium. We live in a place where corporations are subsidizing some of these civic projects that we want to do. Could we change it to something else? Maybe. But this is the deal that's on the table right now. And for certain people to chastise this deal, when it's going to affect a community that doesn't normally get the resources that other places in the city get. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about resources going to the places where they need to go. And some people are not so choosy about where those resources come from, especially when you don't have a lot to begin with. So is this a perfect deal for everybody? No, it's not. But I'm not going to be saying, like, we got to kill this deal because we're going to name a park after Graco. I bet most of the people don't even realize a lot of the parks that they go to who they're named after. We have a Jim Lupian water park. That's named after a car dealership. There's precedence already there. So I just want people to understand that there's groups of folks that don't always get the resources and attention that other parts of the city gets. So I want us to think about that, and I want us to be mindful of how much these resources will go to changing other folks' lives, and not just the lives that they have, but other folks' lives. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Vice President Hassan.
Well, thank you, Commissioner John. I'm not in this committee again, but I think it's a great discussion that we should all be included. I feel like most of the commissioners talked about it, and I didn't want to be the last person to not say anything about it. Well, Graco Park sounds like a private park to me, but we thought about this in a closed session, and Commissioner Mr. I think, was one of the people that said that it's costing us legal fees. And that convinced myself and other commissioners to move forward and to move to make this park, to end this issue and come out and stand in the park and the public. And I think we all talked about it in closed session, and there was pros and cons. We both looked in different issues. Well, naming bothers me. I think it sets a precedent, as Commissioner Mr. said. And this happened back when Riverside. Some of the commissioners considered to rename Riverside Park, which is in my district, in South Minneapolis. That park is a park that I grew up in. Most of the neighbors concerned they were angry about it, and I was one of the people that said, "Hey, that's settled," or came to agree, to name any young park on the other side of the river instead of Riverside. I know it's a big deal, but I think Michael, Council Rice, Superintendent Merrill has put a lot of work, effort to keep us updated about what's happening in the legal process. But it was hard, it was tough. It was very tough. I'll tell you, it's still tough for me to make this decision. It's hard, but I think it's a great thing to do and to make sure that we're not spending a lot of money in legal fees and end this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. I will just briefly say I appreciate all of my fellow commissioners' thoughts here, especially applaud Commissioner Forney for advocating for a reconsideration of what the name is. Places that people spend their time, that are public spaces, mean something to them, and it's certainly a sticking point for community members. And as we see more and more of our public spaces be branded by corporate interests, it's a hard pill to swallow. But a more difficult pill to swallow is the idea of not spending our public dollars well and ensuring that we maintain our fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of the city. And that's exactly what we're doing right now with a deal that's providing a brand new park amenity. So I think that is a critical component that we can't overlook, regardless of the devils that are in some of the details of this proposal. And with that, I not seeing any other questions, I would like to call, have the Secretary please call the roll for Resolution 2018-301.
Do we need to suspend the rules first?
No.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Abstain.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
You have 3 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. The motion passes.
Move to adjourn.
So moved. Any, are there, we have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
It is 9:56. I would like to call to order Operations and Environmental Committee. I'd like to ask the Secretary to call the roll.
Commissioner Cogill.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Vice Chair Meyer.
Here.
Chair French.
Here.
You have a
I'd
quorum.
like approval of the agenda.
So moved. All those in favor?
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Who, all says no, say no. Any abstentions? No, okay. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, August 1st, 2018.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those not in favor? Okay. I'd like to, there's an action item, that the board adopts Resolution 2018-303 captioned as follows.
I'll move. Christine?
Sure. It's a resolution approving the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board establishing a moratorium prohibiting the use of glyphosate in all land and water resource management activities starting January 1st, 2019, and creating a technical and community advisory committee to recommend alternatives to glyphosate and other toxic pesticides.
Okay, I would enter a discussion. If anybody has any questions or anything.
I can start off since President Bourne and I wrote this resolution together. We just had the court case in California where Monsanto, now being bought by Bayer, is being forced to pay $289 million for the lawsuit with Dwayne Johnson. That's several times our entire annual budget. So this proposal puts in an indefinite moratorium on glyphosate and creates a new committee with 3 appointees appointed by the Assistant Superintendent of Environmental Stewardship and 6 nominated by the board president and all 9 would be voted by the board. I really want to thank all of the people who came to speak at open time in favor of this. Noting that it is already 10 p.m., I won't take too much time going into it, but I really hope the committee passes this.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I'd like to call on Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair French. I have a number of questions for staff. Assistant Superintendent Barrick, I think you're probably the most qualified to answer these.
Chair French, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you. We heard tonight from a number of speakers that they'd like to see us have organic parks. Do organic parks use pesticides?
As you pointed out before, you could have organic matters considered a pesticide.
And are organic pesticides that are used as a replacement for glyphosate more or less toxic to the people applying them and coming in contact with them in public spaces?
Toxicity would depend on the concentration and the amount used. So organic compounds can be toxic themselves if in a high enough concentration.
And where do we currently utilize glyphosate within the system? Do we use it on playgrounds, for example, lawns that are not used for athletics, or gardens that grow edibles?
So we currently do not use glyphosate in any of the neighborhood parks. It is used, well, let me rephrase that, actually. The only neighborhood park that it's been used in the past 3 years has been Loring Park for the Cattail project. Other than that, it is not used in playgrounds. It is not used on athletic fields. In the regional system, the only time it has been used in recent history, 3 years, has been for ecological restoration projects. It is sometimes used when we control buckthorn. If the stems are too large for us to remove the root system, they will use a cut method and an application of glyphosate from time to time, or they'll use Garlon. And that's to control buckthorn. And then it's used on golf courses from time to time.
What other herbicides are effective at treating buckthorn?
Well, like I mentioned, Garlon. There's some natural methods, the buckthorn baggie it's called, or you can cover the stumps with cans to reduce the photosynthesis. We haven't piloted that, the baggies. I don't know if we've done cans in the past or not. The concern is the bags coming off the stumps and litter.
Yep.
But
I'm aware of that one.
And then goats, we've used goats for the past 2 years.
Do we intend to roll out the use of goats in all areas where we're currently doing buckthorn management within the regional park system?
I wouldn't say we intend to just because of the limitations of goats. It has to be kind of the right site.
Were any of the stewardship organizations or nonprofit partners that work with us on environmental natural area restorations consulted prior to the making of this resolution?
I can't speak to that other than to say we had the Friends of Eloise Butler, representative tonight, speak to it. And there was a letter, I believe, sent also supporting the very limited use of glyphosate in ecological restoration. But
Did
other
we
partners,
notify the people that work with us on this that have spent probably hundreds of hours, if not thousands of volunteer hours, reclaiming huge portions of our park system from the monoculture of buckthorn?
I have not personally notified anyone.
Commissioner Meyer, I would ask Commissioner Bourne, but he's not here. Were our partners that work with us that have in the past expressed support for the use of glyphosate in this limited application consulted prior to the writing of this resolution?
I did inform the Friends of the Mississippi River.
We have a lot more partners than just the Friends of the Mississippi River. So my concern is that the people that are going to be impacted the most by this are probably unaware that this is happening. I think that we ought to have staff reach out to everyone that has a volunteer agreement or a restoration agreement in place with us, be notified that this is on our agenda for the full board so they have an opportunity to speak to it or submit a letter. We also had people reference WHO studies this evening. It's very popular on the internet as well. I've read that study. The WHO study identifies glyphosate as a probable carcinogen when used in the food production stream. They have not examined the impacts to people that are appliers of it in other application scenarios, nor have they done a study on its use in natural site restoration. So I would caution us in utilizing it as a reference tool for what's appropriate for the way that we utilize this chemical. I don't object to us trying to find a way to get away from pesticides. As a trained master gardener, I know that it's incredibly difficult, particularly when you're dealing with areas in an urban environment that have been heavily disrupted and have a lot of pressures on them to not use pesticides. So I think it's a lofty goal that we should be reaching for. I'm very concerned that we may undo decades of diligent work by volunteers and our staff to reclaim sections of our system and make them more diverse and self-sustaining, and that the areas that are yet left to address, that we won't be able to do so effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I'd like to call on Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair French. Do we use glyphosate in the Eloise Butler Garden? Yep, sorry. Assistant Superintendent Barrett.
Use within the garden, I can't say for certain where the specific applications happen. I can say that the applications are used typically for garlic mustard, poison ivy, and other noxious weeds that by state law we have to control.
Did we use that? Was this used at Victor Memorial Drive this year?
No.
That wasn't one. What about our golf courses?
So I inquired with golf staff on their applications. Is used very minimally. It's believed that they purchased about 10 gallons of the product total this year, and used it primarily for weed and grass control in paved areas and ornamental, to the entrances to the clubhouse, et cetera, as well as around certain garden beds to control grass so that they don't have to mow as close to the trees or garden bed.
What about our ball fields?
We have not used it at any of the ball fields.
So I know this is going to be difficult, and I know this is going to make your job a lot more difficult, but I think the one way to get away from pesticides is to get away from pesticides. And what I mean by that is if we stop using them now, I believe you guys will be challenged to figure out a way to be successful in removing some of these the mustard greens and the buckthorn and other things that we have going on. It is the utmost importance, specifically for people in North Minneapolis, who we believe we've been poisoned for years from toxins. Just everything that goes on along 94, the lawsuit most recently, I'm forgetting the name already. So like I said, I think this is going to be a great challenge for you guys, and I think you guys can be successful in figuring out more healthy ways for our environment and for humans to move forward. Do you have a huge concern as the assistant superintendent with doing away?
So to answer that honestly, no, because we have not used glyphosate in neighborhood parks for so long. This provides us clarity that it's out of the question. We have experimented with organics. I think what we have to, the hard part is going to be figuring out the most effective ways with cost in mind. And so all of the stuff we've experimented with before typically requires more treatments and costs more to purchase per gallon, essentially. In projecting those costs, it's difficult because our use has been somewhat limited. So that would be the extent of it.
So we're on the right track to get away from pesticides.
Well, and I'd say that, we don't like to use pesticides either. And we are proud of the fact that since 1999, we've had an integrative pest management program that and every year we've worked to reduce the amount of pesticides we rely on. And so we see this as a giant leap in that progression, but one I'm confident our staff can do. We have a new horticulture supervisor on staff, so we'll actually have someone who can put their heads and hands around this and lead the effort. And as technology evolves and we learn more, we think we can meet the challenge.
Great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Cago.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. First, would this, just in passing this, trigger a total, the staff to have to do a complete reevaluation of our integrated pest management plan? Would we have to reevaluate that, or would it just be like a small change?
Well, Chair French, Commissioner Kogel, it is part of the resolution to look at the integrated pest management policy. That was last revised in 2008. We did look at it last year in 2017 and felt that the policy itself was sound. And where we need to improve is the practice of applying the policy.
Thank you. And then the other question around cost, I suppose it's impossible to estimate, but is it fair to characterize this in some way as kind of an unfunded mandate, like that there's going to be need for additional services or additional staff or additional dollars to effectively meet this goal?
It'll depend on what alternatives we can identify.
Right. Okay.
And I
So
think
it's an
there's a
unknown.
component of public education
Right.
in how things will look.
Great. Thank you for answering those questions. I think this is fantastic. I do think it's a big leap, but I really appreciate that staff is ready to take that leap with us. There's no time like the present to do this, and it's going to take work, but it's so well documented that it's necessary. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gargo. I would like to take questions from Commissioner Fani. Commissioner Myers had talked already once, so I'm going to give Commissioner Fani a chance to.
Thank you. I'm not on this committee, but I would like to, we voted before not to have, pesticides in our parks anyway, so this additional layer, I think, is important. Jeremy, as you know, I've asked for a map of where do we have it. So I hope that, we'll have that starting point of where is it that we have been using applications. And, I understand that salt, can be a part of the toxins. How widespread, the more detail we have, the more knowledgeable, I think, number one, we as commissioners, so that we can address the issue, but also the community. To me, the whole fact that we do need to, required by the DNR, we are mandated to deal with noxious weeds. How many noxious weeds do we have? I don't have a clue, So those are the types of things I think would be helpful. Then even, in it, hopefully you'll incorporate, what have the goats been doing? Anyway, so to me, a graphic, I'm a visual person, so that is very helpful. But, any updates, orally or, written, to me are helpful. But I would really love, to get some sort of a map, of showing us just, is it totally in North Minneapolis? Is it, an Ella Louise Butler? Is it, whatever? What are we really talking about? I always feel like I'm floundering, with what is the true information here? So that would be appreciated, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Foney. I'd like to go back to Vice Chairman Meyer.
Yeah, so I have an amendment recommended by staff that I forgot to bring up at the beginning. I passed out copies to everyone earlier, so you should have that. So it makes 2 revisions. One is a typo, the other is a clarification. These are for the first 2 resolve clauses. First one crosses out prohibiting and replaces with on, and the second one takes out a phrase and other toxic pesticides throughout the system. So I'll just read what the 2 paragraphs read with the amendment. Resolved that on January 1st, 2019, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board establishes a moratorium on the use of glyphosate in all land and water resource management activities carried out by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board or its agents and contractors. Resolved that the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board of Commissioners directs staff to establish a technical and community advisory committee with the charge of researching viable alternatives to glyphosate and to assist and advise the MPRB in transitioning towards pesticide-free resource management alternatives. So I think President Bourne and Vice President Hassan had comments on the original motion, so you can take those first.
Okay.
Consider the amendment.
I think I should entertain a motion to. Well, you passed the motion, so I need a second, right?
No.
Not a committee. All right.
And you can take their comments on the original motion first, and then consider the amendment.
Okay. So I want to go to Commissioner President Bourne.
Thank you. I would also thank you, Chair French. I'm not a member of this committee. I would also speak in favor of the amendment. It is really just a language cleanup. One was literally a typo that had a double negative saying that we were banning the ban of glyphosate, and so it's. I don't think it changes at all the intent. So I think as soon as we're done with that, you can just take a vote on the amendment and then go back to a vote on the main motion. But I do just really, in particular, want to thank Chair French and Vice Chair Meyer for bringing this forward in a very timely way. I know a lot of people. A lot of people spent the better part of the last several years talking about how to make our parks safer for folks and not expose them to things that are harmful to their health. And there's one of our practices, and I believe endangers people's health. And state of California and judicial systems agree with that. And I think that this is a step that is overdue, and it's in its clear direction. There's no ifs, ands, buts, or qualifiers around this. The Minneapolis Park Board will take a lead and a stand on this, that the Minneapolis Park Board does not support the continued use of glyphosate. So thank you, Chair French and Vice Chair Meyer for bringing this forward. And the work that we will continue to do to look at other pesticide uses in our park board and how we can ultimately transition and may take some time, but ultimately transition to a pesticide-free park system. So thank you both.
Thank you, President Bourne. I'd like to hear from Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Again, I'm not in this committee, but thanks for allowing me to speak on behalf of this resolution. I think the committee has came today in the big numbers. They even some of us showed how important this issue is. And I'm actually saddened that some of the commissioners that were speaking on behalf of this left without hearing the rest of the commissioners what they have to say, because it's very important. They raised their point, and this issue has came before the board, and the previous commissioners have failed to put to make this an issue that doesn't come back over and over. But I do believe this is an urgent, and this needs to happen right now, as soon as possible. And we all ran the campaign to end pesticide use in our parks. I grew up in our parks, and those chemicals bothered me. And sitting here tonight and not speaking, in favor, but still asking more time, we failed. We do have important decision to make in this regard, using toxic in our parks is not the right thing to do. And I think some of us have kids, some of us don't, but we do have siblings, we have people that we care about, and Lee Salmon, one of them that was speaking on behalf of, and we also complain about people speaking on behalf of other people because they can't be here because of the chemicals that we use in our parks. We have to take this issue very serious, and I urge if we can actually move from the committee to go to this in the fall full board meeting. I don't know if you have the numbers of the commissioners, but it's very important that we take this urgent because we saw the community. A lot of people came out today. We shouldn't, just talk about it. Let's walk the walk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Commissioner Stevenson, I want to ask, is your comments related to the motion?
Yes.
Or, okay, I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So we want to take out and other pesticides throughout the system. Is that what this is? So is this solely focused on glyphosate, or Chair Meyer, what are your thoughts on that?
So this was a recommendation by staff. I think it's just to clarify that the moratorium only applies to glyphosate. The Community Advisory Committee, though, will still be tasked with making recommendations for all pesticides. It doesn't change that.
Is that correct, Superintendent Barrett? Superintendent Barrett, sorry.
Chair French, Commissioner Severson, yes. We felt that was a redundant sentence. The last sentence says essentially the same thing, to assist and advise the MPRB in transitioning towards pesticide-free resource management alternatives.
Yep. So it's still in there. It doesn't change that.
Okay. With that being said, I want to take a vote on the motion.
On the amendment?
I'm sorry, the amendment, the motion to amend the original resolution. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. So I'd like to, we've already discussed the resolution except me, so I want to, does anybody else have anything else they want to say about the original resolution? Any other? That's it? Okay. I'm a firm believer in people having a mandate, right? And we have 6 new commissioners. And the reason why we have 6 new commissioners is because the people of the city had decided that they wanted to change the way things were running or things were going at our park board. Whether that be environmental changes, whether that be changes in our recreation programming, they wanted to see change. And this is one of the things that people talked to me a lot about on our campaign trail was trying to eliminate some of the toxins that exist in our parks. Manicured grass, all this stuff that makes our stuff look real pretty, this is all an illusion. It really is. It's something that came over from Europe to show other people that I have so much more money that I can grow food and I can grow stuff besides food, right? I can grow grass, something I can't eat. And to me, it's almost one of those things that's kind of, speaks of privilege a little bit. That I want everything to look a certain way or everything to be a certain way. Well, sometimes there's imperfection in nature, and those imperfections are what make things beautiful. So I want to thank people like Russ Henry for bringing this to my attention, because when I got into this, I really wanted to make sure that our youth were being taken care of. But hanging out with Russ Henry, running for office, I learned a lot about the environment. I learned a lot about what toxins do to people and what they do to our plants in our city. And I want to make sure that I can keep championing something that Russ was championing when he was running. So I want to say thank you, Russ. Appreciate it once more. And I want to take a vote. Let's take a vote. Let's go. Can I get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Oop, just wait 1 second, sorry. Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill.
Aye.
Chair French.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
So the motion passes. I want to say thank you guys for work well done. Hopefully we'll be doing more stuff like this in the future with our CAC. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Do I need a second? No. I don't need a second? All right. All in favor of saying aye? Say aye. Something like that.
Yeah. Take it there, no opposed?